City Council meeting for June 6, 2023. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Excuse me. Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilmember Sen.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Russ.
Here. And I believe we have some ceremonial items to read.
Yes. Item 1, National Pollinator Week, June 19th through 25th, 2023.
Hello.
It's National Pollinator Week of June 19th through 25th, 2023. Whereas pollinator insects provide significant environmental benefits that are necessary for maintaining healthy, biodiverse ecosystems and are essential partners in producing much of our food supply. And whereas pollination plays a vital role for trees and plants of our community, enhancing our quality of life and creating recreational economic development opportunities. And whereas for 121 years, the City of Santa Barbara has managed diverse parks, open spaces, beaches, and trails that include thousands of acres of pollinator habitat. And whereas the City of Santa Barbara has maintained, enhanced, and restored hundreds of acres of native habitats on public land and provides recommendations to developers and residents regarding landscaping to promote wise conservation stewardship and the protection of pollinators. And whereas since 2004, the City of Santa Barbara has maintained an integrated pest management strategy and advisory committee to promote environmentally sensitive pest management while preserving assets and protecting community health and safety, helping to protect bees and other pollinators which have experienced population declines due to habitat loss, use of pesticides, and the spread of pests and diseases. And whereas since 2018, the City of Santa Barbara has been certified as a Bee City USA affiliate by the Xerces Society due to its commitment to use as little pesticides as possible on city lands. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Mayor of the City of Santa Barbara, California, do hereby proclaim June 19th through 25th, 2023 as National Pollinator Week and urge all citizens to recognize this observance. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Greg Chittick. I've been on the IPM committee since its inception in 2004. I want to thank you for endorsing and furthering the efforts of the city historically to ensure a park system and an ecological environment that is protective of our pollinators, our environment, our children, and our public. The efforts you have supported since 2004 to substantially reduce pesticide use have directly resulted in the protection of bees and other pollinators, and this proclamation continues to further that effort. On behalf of the IPM committee, the residents and visitors to this lovely city, and our supportive and helpful staff, we thank you and we look forward to continuing work on this important effort. Thanks.
Thank you. And then we have a second item to read, Madam Clerk.
Item 2, Employee Recognition Service Award Pins.
Mayor Rouse, council members, this is the time of the month that we recognize those employees serving, recognizing their 5-year anniversaries, 5-year increment anniversaries, working for the city. And I'm pleased to say that we have Samuel Fertner, Mobility Coordinator in the Sustainability and Resilience Director with 5 years. Daniel Montalvo, Water Distribution Project Coordinator, Public Works Department. Eric Rivas, Water Distribution Operation Technician 2, Public Works Department. And Kim Crail, Librarian 1 in the Library Department. With 10 years, Kimberly Barriga, Police Services Coordinator in our Police Department. Ignacio Hust, Senior Control Systems Operator Specialist in the Public Works Department. And Simone Herrera, Parks Manager on our Parks and Recreation Department. Wenwith, 15 years. Jonathan Abad, Airport Business Manager in the Airport Department. So I'd like congratulations to all of them.
All right, and congratulations to all those who have honorees. Are there changes to the agenda?
Mayor Rouse, in consultation with our city attorney.
You.
Consulting myself, we are recommending that we defer today's closed session. It's a long meeting today already, and we have a lot of meetings this week, and we think we are best off moving that closed session from the end of today's meeting to next week.
All right, considering the broken hearts of my colleagues, I guess we'll go ahead and do that then, unless somebody's got an objection. Consent calendar, do we have any items to read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 4, amendment to the restriction of oversized vehicles, ordinance adoption, recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending section 10.44.220 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code pertaining to the restriction of oversized vehicle parking on city streets. Item 5, approval of 2022-2023 unrepresented non-supervisory confidential employees salary plan, ordinance introduction. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara adopting the 2022-2023 salary plan applicable to unrepresented non-supervisory confidential employees. Item 6, appropriation of funds for the purchase of Europay, MasterCard, and Visa credit card terminals for downtown parking kiosks, resolution. Recommendation the council B, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution 22059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 for appropriation of $61,385 for the purchase of credit card terminals for downtown parking kiosks. Item 7, authorization for Public Works Director to accept and record deeds and other instruments for public works projects, resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing Public Works Director to accept and record deeds and other instruments granting to the city interests or easements in real property for the implementation of projects undertaken, managed, or permitted by the Public Works Department. Item 8, amendment to position salary control resolution 22064 with updates to classification and compensation for certain positions, resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution 22064, the position salary control resolution for fiscal year 2023 to amend the established salary for positions as listed, to adjust city planner compensation and establish the hourly position of special investigator. And item 9, appropriate funds and approve agreement with New Beginnings Counseling Center for the safe parking program for fiscal years 2022 to 2027, agreement resolution. Recommendation the council B, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution 22059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 for appropriation of additional funds for the safe parking program.
All right, very good. Is there anyone in council needs to pull any item? Are there requests for the public to pull any items?
Mr. Mayor, there are no raised hands.
Okay, very good. In that case, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
So moved by Friedman. Second by Jordan. And we don't have the voting tool up yet. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Let me try one more thing here, Mr. Mayor. Let's see.
That looks like it.
Very good. So this is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to approve the entirety of the consent calendar as recommended.
Very good. Passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we will go to general public comment. It'll be 3 minutes at the dais for anything that is not on the agenda for today, but was within the purview of this body. And we will start out with Stephen Mead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, I'm here representing summer solstice. It's that time of year again. It's not on the calendar, it's not on the consent anything, but it should be on your minds because I want all of you there, dressed as you would be, for anybody else's summer solstice. It's a very unique event, 49 years, and you guys are a big part of it. We'll walk on whatever street you let us walk on, but we want to do it together. And I'm looking at all of you saying, you can't use the excuse you used last year. It's not going to work with us. We know you're looking good, you're feeling good, you're COVID-free. We'd like to have you all out here, babies included, walking up the street with us. We raised $8,000 last year in the Pass the Hat float, which is a really good number, but we need to get $10,000 this year just to stay even with what you guys are charging for Parks and Rec. So We move on, maybe $15,000. It's great vocational training. You know what? We can give you all a tin cup. You guys grab a freeway on-ramp, and I think we're going to be knocking a hole in that budget. No problem. It's going to be easy. All of you guys, look forward to seeing you. Now, all the costumers are waiting for you. They will be very disappointed if you don't show up. So you have a couple of weeks here. Give us a call. You might have gotten an email yesterday from Ms. McKenzie. She's looking forward to seeing all of you. Yeah, you can look your email from time to time. It's cool. And you know what? No salesman will visit you. No ups, no extras. This is absolutely free. You're going to get something that is going to be a memorabilia for the rest of your life hanging in the back of your closet. So let's come out, get your costume. See you on the 24th, and thank you very much for your time.
So, Mr. May, do you think you need to tell elected officials how to ask strangers for money? For sure.
We have a certain way of persuading that maybe can
Yeah, you're
add
cuter
to
than
your
we are,
arsenal.
for
I'm not
sure.
sure. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Amber Asher.
It's hard to follow. Thank you, Mayor Rouse and members of City Council. Hi, I'm glad to be back. I'm Amber Asher. I'm resident of the city of Santa Barbara along with my daughter, who has promised me she plans to come back here to talk about her stop sign this summer. I'm here today to bring the attention back for a moment to renters. Thank you for clarifying language that you passed in March to the Just Cause Ordinance, making clear that landlords are required to act in good faith when pursuing no-fault just cause, and emphasizing the definitions of previous intentions behind the ordinance. On the matter of rent evictions, as well as on the overall climbing cost of rent, I'm here today to plead with you to go even farther. So it's time for an update to Just Cause. Let's reevaluate and improve the current Just Cause ordinance to, among other things, make rent evicting harder, and to offer tenants the right to return, written as the right of first refusal. A first offer to dislocated tenants to return home following completion of renovations. Also consider 17 and counting jurisdictions in California have entirely eliminated substantial remodel as a grounds for eviction. These jurisdictions permit the landlord to take possession only when the proposed work addresses necessary repairs that address health, safety, and code compliance concerns. Many of these jurisdictions also require the right to return once the repairs are completed. In localities requiring a right to return, the landlord is required to offer a right of first refusal after tenants are displaced by those necessary repairs. As far as right to return, right to first refusal, it does not freeze rent or require that a landlord forego their right to increase rents under the Tenant Protection Act. I, as you may or may not remember, am still going through the process of a rent eviction, and my daughter and I are, it's sort of an ongoing thing, so I'm here with a very personal appeal, but obviously enacting this won't probably affect my situation, but I do care about making Santa Barbara a good and diverse and livable community. I think we as a community can do great things together, and I think a lot of times what holds us back from doing great things is fear. I think it's time for us to be brave and step out in front, because California at a state level is considering these types of actions and struggling with finding language to get through. But Santa Barbara recently got the dubious honor of becoming the #1 most expensive place to rent in the nation, and I think that we need to take the mantle as the leader here and do the right thing. So thank you. Be brave. I look forward to talking with you in the future.
Thank you. Stephen Lay.
Hello, my name is Stephen Lay. I'm 60 years old, and I've lived in Santa Barbara for the last 40 years. I, too, am part of the renoviction process that's going on right now. I think there should be stronger protections for the tenants when they're being asked to leave. I think they should be entitled to the right to come back after the units have been renovated. Excuse me, I'm a little bit nervous. I've never done this before, stood in front of a crowd of people and given a speech, so. Yeah, I think that we should all have the right to come back. And living here for 40 years, it's always been hard to live here for 40 years. But for the last 3-4 years, it's gotten even harder because the landlords seem like they just want to make more and more money, and they don't care about what us as people are doing out there. They know that the rents are really low, 1% or less here in Santa Barbara. And they seem to not care. They kick out 500 people at a time, 50 people at a time. In my unit, they kicked out 9 units. That was probably about 20 people out of those 9 units. So I just think there should be stronger protections for the tenants, and that they should definitely have a right to return after the apartments or house or whatever has been completely renovated. So that's what I had to say. Thank you. Guys, have a good day.
Thank you. And with that, do we have anybody online?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 raised hands online. We'll have Liz Adams and then Aaron Ashland.
All right.
Liz Adams, please go ahead. Liz Adams, you can go ahead. Liz Adams, there you go. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Took me a moment to unmute and get my microphone set correctly. Hello, everyone. I am Liz Adams. I am the new regional director over here at PATH Santa Barbara. And so, one, I just wanted to introduce myself to you all. And then second, I want to invite you all to join us next Saturday, June 17th, for our East Side neighborhood cleanup, where we'll be going around and obviously, as the name states, cleaning up the neighborhood over here together. And that is from 9 to 12. We'll be meeting outside of PATH over at 816 Cacique Street. So we would love to see as many of you as possible joining us for that activity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Aaron Ashland. Aaron Ashland, please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, thank you for your time. Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if you'd be willing to sit in the middle of State Street, facing the pier, in the middle of the 600 block in a chair. And I believe you might get a sense of what it might be like for someone in a compromised position to be on State Street with electric bikes whizzing by you. What about someone that you cared about? Would you let them sit in the middle of the street? Or would you let a child walk in the middle of the street on its own, or possibly in a stroller? I guess the answer to these would probably be no, because I don't even always feel comfortable with electric bikes, and I'm usually standing up. And I do want to agree with you, Mr. Mayor, and I do think we live in the best city in the world. But I would argue that we built this great city on the backs of our elderly, our people in wheelchairs, our people who require assistance of a walker or a cane. And what about the people who we hope to someday give the keys to our great city to, like the children in strollers, people learning to walk, or families walking their pets? I think they should all get to use State Street, and I don't just mean the sidewalks. Please don't forget what Mig said about our residents and all people who visit promenades, which is they want to be safe over everything else. One part of that is police, which I believe I've been very vocal about. I also believe there's another part, which is simply setting the promenade up for what we want people to do and preventing, without police, the things we don't want to happen on the promenade whenever possible. We are short police, and we should only use them as a last resort. I want to be clear that we need and want people to ride their bikes over driving, but we only have about 10 parking spots on each block for bikes. And now the city staff has basically told MIG and the State Street Advisory Committee that they must have bikes on State no matter what. They were basically told that all plans must include bikes on State. Isn't this exactly the same thinking that got us here? We are listening to the people who work for the city instead of our residents and our business owners. Let's pretend that none of us know what we're talking about. Let's just look at Boulder. They've had the most successful promenade for the last 40 years or so, and they don't allow bicycles traffic on their promenade. Why would that be? Why has it worked, but somehow our city staff has said it won't work in our city? Still, we should have 200 bike racks on every block on the promenade, but not let them ride on State Street after 10 a.m. so that our youngest and our oldest residents can feel safe again on the promenade. And I think it might really work to increase its vibrance again. Another thought experiment for you to consider. We all agree retail is challenging right now. Let's pretend State Street was an indoor mall. If we wanted more people to come shop at our indoor mall, would we allow bicycles and electric bicycles inside the mall? I believe we would not, because wouldn't be safe for everyone. So we wouldn't allow it. Shouldn't we use the same logic for our retail center, State Street? All blocks are very accessible if you park your bike on the end of one block or the other. And of course, you
All
could
right,
always
thanks,
walk
thanks
your
very
bike
much.
up and down the street.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Are there further commenters online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, we'll close public comment. We'll move to council member committee assignment reports. And I don't know if my pager works for putting your names in, so you might have to wave at me. Oh, it does work. Hot dog. Oh, you have anything to say? Does anybody else have a committee assignment report? Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, I attended the Police and Fire Commission last week, and they gave their monthly reports of a summary of what they had to deal with in the last month or so. And the meeting is recorded online, so you could find it on the city's YouTube page.
Thank you. If there are none further, we'll move on to our next item. If you would read that, please, Madam Clerk.
Certainly, that's item 22, renewal of levy for fiscal year 2024 for the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara declaring its intention to continue vegetation road clearance, implementation of a defensible space inspection and assistance program, and an implementation of a vegetation management program within the foothill and extreme foothill zones, declaring the work to be of more than general or ordinary benefit, and describing the district to be assessed to pay the cost and expenses thereof, approving the updated engineer's report confirming diagram and assessment, and ordering continuation of the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District for fiscal year 2024.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, Mr. Julio.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, council members, Ryan DeJulio, Fire Marshal. I'm joined today here with Chris Braden, Wildland Specialist, and Ryan Ashton from SCI Consulting Group. I also, in the audience, wanted to point out Mike Lopez and Mark Vontillo are here from our Wildland Division, so if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer those at the end of the presentation. We're excited this afternoon to come before you for our 18th year of this incredible program. It's really a groundbreaking program in the state of California. We constantly get phone calls of how we did this and how can we do it in our jurisdiction. It has a meaningful impact to the residents in these foothill and extreme foothill areas. And especially, I wanted to get the word out to our residents this year. With the amount of moisture and growth we've had, we're still getting moisture as we speak. The growth rate is huge this year, none like we've seen before. So I really want to push the message for our residents to take advantage of those chipping programs and take advantage of the defensible space inspections within this program that we're in front of you with today. We're more than happy to come out and walk house by house with those folks that contact us to give them a better chance for when the next event happens, and that we can be able to have a more resilient community, especially in our Riviera area of the city. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris for his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Mayor Rouse, members of City Council, it's my pleasure to be here today to present and promote the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District. And today I'll be going over some of the projects and programs we completed in fiscal year 2023 and what we have planned for fiscal year 2024. So the assessment district was established in 2006 under Prop 218 as a ballot measure. And as Ryan mentioned, as we move into the 18th year, we really look forward to continuing to provide homeowner safety, provide the services that offer homeowner safety, and then reduce the risk of wildfire, or reduce the risk of potential property loss in the event of a wildfire. So this is a map just showing the assessment district area. So the assessment district is comprised of two of our high fire hazard areas. That's the foothill zone and then the extreme foothill zone in the most northern part of the city. The primary difference between those two high fire hazard areas is the homeowner's defensible space requirement. So in the foothill zone, which is about 90% of the assessment district, That's a 100-foot defensible space requirement, whereas in the extreme foothill zone, that can increase up to 150 feet, even up to 300 feet, depending if there are slope issues or aspect issues that would require additional clearance. So, and if you look at the map too, just to kind of orient yourself, on the far left, that's Northridge Road. That would be the far western section of the assessment district in San Roque. The Montecito Country Club, which is over in the far, southeast portion. And then in the middle, you can see Mission Canyon, which is the gray area. That's part of county, so that is not included in the assessment district. So the four services that we provide in the assessment district are vegetation road clearance, and that takes place in fall into early winter, usually from September through January. It kind of depends on weather. Obviously, this was a much wetter year, so things got a little bit extended just because we couldn't have crews out doing road clearance in the rain in January. Defensible space assistance, so we offer voluntary defensible space evaluations, as Ryan mentioned in the introduction. We offer those year-round, and those are free of cost of anybody in the assessment district or even in the coastal range. So we don't want to exclude people in the coastal high fire hazard areas, even though they aren't in the assessment district. We just want to remind people that Mark Fontillo and Mike Lopez behind me are more than happy to go out and walk the properties again, as Ryan mentioned earlier. Chipping services, that's also part of our defensible space assistance. So again, having people get their material out so our crews can come through and chip it. That's currently ongoing, so we're just going to be wrapping that up actually in the next few weeks up on West Mountain. And we've been really fortunate this year. We've been running concurrently with both Montecito and Santa Barbara County, who's been doing a chipping program in their area. So we've been dovetailing all that together. So if you drive anywhere kind of in the foothill area or anywhere in those three areas, whether it be Carpinteria, Montecito, Santa Barbara County, or Santa Barbara City, you'll see our sandwich boards out there, and we're trying to get the message out. So, and then finally, vegetation management. So that usually takes place in the fall, usually outside of bird nesting season, and that takes place in the vegetation management units identified in the 2021 CWPP, or Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and then also in our Community Fuels Treatment Network. That's the area to the far northern edge of the city that dovetails into projects with Santa Barbara County and Montecito. So the first program is vegetation road clearance. So we conduct this every year on approximately 14 miles of roads within the assessment district. There's a little over 70 miles total in the area. So when we're doing this work, we're really looking at our major evacuation roadways, areas that are going to be really important for us during a wildfire, both for homeowner egress, during evacuation, and then the egress of emergency equipment. So some of the things we deal with, overhanging canopies, especially in a year like this where we've had so much rain, we really start to see a lot of that vegetation encroaching on the roadway. So our crews are able to come through again on about 14 miles. We push that stuff back to make sure that we have access for our fire equipment. In the middle picture, a little hard to see, but that's a branch that's been getting hit by vehicles. Usually that's the UPS trucks and Marburg trucks are the ones that end up causing a lot of that damage. So not only is our work on road clearance important for our fire engines, but also for a lot of our utility equipment and vehicles that are operating in the area. So we want to make sure that we're getting those limbs off. If we see damage like that, that could potentially be a damage to a fire engine. And then finally, things like fire hydrants. So we see a lot of overgrown fire hydrants that are really difficult to access, especially in an emergency situation. So we want to make sure we're giving those things a good 3-foot clearance, so if we do need to use them, they're accessible. So again, trimming stuff off the road that's encroaching on the roadways, raising stuff up about 13.5 feet. That's as tall as our truck sits. So we want to make sure if we need to be on the side of the road that the cab of that truck isn't getting banged up. And then also 10 feet off the edge of the roadway. So anything that's overgrown, unmaintained, things that are ladder fuels. So I'll talk about that a little bit today. So the ladder fuels are your lower grasses and brush that get up into your canopy. If those things catch embers during a wildfire, we don't want that transmitting vertically into the landscape. So that's really some of the important work that we're doing, and also high visibility. In fact, this picture is up on West Mountain Road, where it was really difficult to see around the corner, and I had a lot of people that were, walking their dogs or driving through, slowing down to thank us, because it can get dangerous on these corners. If you have a blind corner and you can't see, if it's dangerous for pedestrians and vehicles, it's going to be dangerous for our guys on the road as well. And when we're doing this work, we really want to make sure that we're working with homeowners so they understand. We don't want to just come through and cut back a hedge, as that's something that they're very protective about. So things like screening and privacy, we always try to take that into account. And I knock on a lot of doors just to let people know what we're doing. And I would say 99% of people are incredibly responsive and thankful for that work. Second service that we provide, again, defensible space evaluations offered free of cost or free of additional cost, and those are offered year-round. So again, homeowners call us, we can come out and talk to them. I really enjoy this. I think it's a super beneficial thing to have in the city, both in our assessment district and our coastal areas. We get to work one-on-one with the homeowners and really kind of help them understand what our recommendations are on their property. It's entirely informative. It's not an enforcement-based procedure. We just want to make sure that you have the information. I try not to shame people too much, but you can see, things like overgrown vines, wisteria or jasmine, things like that have obviously been there for decades. Yes, it's beautiful. It's part of kind of the Santa Barbara aesthetic, but what hazard does it pose to the actual property? Is that aesthetic worth the risk of your property or potential life in the area? So again, entirely informative when we try to inform people and just let them kind of make the best decision based off of what they believe that they should be doing on their property. And again, I would say that's a very high success rate of when you explain the dangers, that they kind of understand that. So again, things like the picture in the middle where, you have a well-maintained rosemary that's right next to a property. Well, if it's under a window or if it's contacting a house, that could be potential for embers to catch in there in a wildfire and create, again, more danger to the structure itself. So ideally, your property can end up looking like the picture on the right. So again, we're not, Arizona. We don't want to xeriscape everybody's yards and turn it all into cactus. We understand that there is a lot of green in Santa Barbara, and there's a certain aesthetic appeal. But there are right ways to do it, that you're utilizing both what we call water-wise and fire-wise landscaping. So again, that's just the Defensible Space Program in general. So also, again, looking at things on the structure. So a lot of the calls that we've been getting, especially in the last couple of years, are regarding insurance companies. So a lot of people have been dropped by insurance, or their insurance companies are potentially dropping them. And a lot of that stuff has to do with the structure. So mulch up against the side of the home, or leaf litter, vents that aren't covered or properly or non-fire resistant vents, with wood paneling, things like leaf litter in the gutter, and additional things that could be changed on the structure, double pane windows, things like that. So we talk about with them, how affordable is that stuff to retrofit? What should they prioritize on their property? Excuse me. And then we also offer a Ready, Set, Go brochure. So we've been fortunate enough, we received a grant for the assessment district in fiscal year 2021, and we've been working to update both our Ready, Set, Go brochure. So that's a personalized wildfire action plan. That's a statewide program, but we tailor it a little bit more for our Santa Barbara audience. Again, talking about those different high fire hazard areas and the defensible space clearance. And we're also going to be publishing it in Spanish this year. So in the next couple months, every member or every resident that lives in a high fire hazard area, including the assessment district and the coastal, will receive a copy of this updated Ready, Set, Go brochure that covers a lot of those programs. And it's really good. It talks about defensible space, contact information, what to do in emergency, what to do with your pets, and things like that. So stay tuned. This is just the cover. It's already fully designed and completed. We're just waiting for the Spanish version, and then we'll be putting this out here in the next coming months. And then, so our third program is our chipping service. So again, we offer this once a year to all homeowners in the assessment district. This has been a really big year, as you can imagine, with all of the rainfall. So we've had a huge turnout. If you drive West Mountain right now, it is just row after row of brush for us to chip. So a huge shout out to our contractors who are handling that work for us. It's been a big lift for those guys. We've chipped over 400 tons this fiscal year. That will easily eclipse 500, if not getting to 600 tons. And then we're well over 600 tons total since 2008. So again, one of our very popular programs. Once people have a better understanding of their defensible space clearance, always recommend that they take care of that defensible space clearance and then tie it into our chipping program. Really brings down the cost. Cutting's the easy part usually. Getting rid of it and taking it to the landfill or disposing of it's the hard part. And we're able to recycle 100% of our chips too. So that's going back into a lot of people with agriculture. We have some avocado orchards and things like that in the assessment district, and they're always looking for wood chips. And again, we put that out, we put our schedule out in our newsletter that goes out in January every year, so we want to make sure homeowners have a good heads up when that's happening. We try to remain consistent with this. I don't change the dates around too much. We're always starting in late February, early March, again, kind of depending on the year, and that runs all the way through June. Reason being, we want to be done before June 15th, so everybody has a requirement in high fire hazard areas in the city to have their clearance done by June 15th. We want to make sure that we don't have piles of brush sitting on the road past that requirement, because otherwise it looks a little funny. So yeah, again, we send that out in our newsletter every year, and then we also do a lot of periodic notification on Facebook, nextdoor.com, and then we do door hanger posting as well about 14 to 18 days prior to starting, just so they have as much advance as possible. And then our final program is vegetation management. Again, this takes place in those vegetation management units that I talked about that are outlined in the CWPP. We have about 50 total in the city, and then that also includes areas in the community fuels treatment network to the northernmost part of the city. So during that work, we're removing a lot of flammable vegetation by about 30 to 75%, so we can modify that potential fire behavior if it moves through there during an incident. Dead vegetation, ladder fuels, again, those smaller ground fuels that get up into the canopy potentially, and then exotic and invasive plant species. So when we're doing this work too, we also work really closely with biologists to make sure that when we're out doing trimming, if there are sensitive resources, wildlife, ecological resources, that we're really kind of paying attention to that stuff, and we're not just absolutely, clear cutting and taking stuff out. We really want to protect our natural resources. These three areas, so again, a little bit of this work has been tied into grant funding through the California Fire Safe Council. Again, that was a fiscal year 2021 grant that's running through the fiscal year 2024. So areas A and B, kind of over on the eastern side of the map, those are the areas that we've cleared this last year, so we're 100% done with those. We got into project area C a little bit and then just ran out of time for bird nesting season, which is as expected. Basically, we just work as long as we can because we have a lot of work to do. Again, this is in the northern section of the city, Westmont, Gibraltar Road. Area C is 1810 Las Canoas Road. That's right over next to the Rattlesnake Trailhead, Schofield Park, that area. So we'll be finishing that up this year. And then likely some different project areas kind of in the middle of the map along West Mountain. And again, this is tying in a quilt work of project areas that both Montecito, Santa Barbara County, and then Santa Barbara City, we all tie into that area. And we want to make sure we're making essentially a shaded or modified fuel break, where we're not just drawing a big strip across the front country. That's not something that we're interested in. We really want to make a mosaic or a quilt work of project areas. So we're going to potentially prevent, if a fire starts in our front country, from moving into the city itself. Just some pictures of the crews that are out working. Again, you can see a picture on the left. That's kind of what we're dealing with in a lot of these areas. It's chaparral. That's easily getting 10 to 15 feet tall. So with a lot of that stuff, if it's getting that tall, it's creating a lot of shade in the interior that causes a lot of die-off, and that's a lot of potential fuel. So we want to break that fuel up a little bit, get a lot of that dead material out of there. We've been fortunate enough to pair with CAL FIRE crews, the California Conservation Crew, CAL FIRE crews based out of Camarillo, Ventura. They're an at-cost agency. They've been incredibly affordable. Very hardworking, and they come up on the bus. We get about 12 to 17 guys, depending on the day, or men and women, depending on the day, to do that fuel work. So it's been really good. We've been working with them really closely since 2017, and that partnership will definitely be continuing into fiscal year 2024. And then also a special shout out to the Parks Department. Monique O'Connor, she's been working really close with us with some of the work in a lot of the parks in the assessment district, specifically Stevens and Schofield. So if you go up to Schofield right now, they're doing work that is basically being helmed by her in the Parks Department and being funded by fire. So we're really trying to dovetail with them and team up with them on projects in both the assessment district and the coastal areas. And it's been really successful. We've worked very close with them the last couple of years and got a lot of projects done thanks to their really close cooperation. Just a couple pictures just showing the before and after. So again, a lot of dead and dying fuels. These are in areas that burned during the Jesuita fire, coming up on 15 years ago. Again, kind of over next to that Rattlesnake Canyon trailhead. And there's just a lot of dead and dying stuff that's kind of built up. So again, removing those ladder fuels and kind of cleaning that out a little bit more. This picture, the before and after here, this was actually taken last week. So this is up on the Conejo parcels that are on Lower Conejo Road. That's in the assessment district. These are the parcels that some of you might remember were essentially adopted by the city because of the landslide. We were no longer going to allow those homeowners to, or those parcel owners to rebuild on those properties just for a multitude of reasons, slope stability and things like that. So we clear these now every single year. And you can see the castor bean and a lot of the invasives have just gotten really, really big. So we're talking 10 to 15 foot tall castor beans and a lot of thistle. So again, these are areas where it's a weed abatement. We're not taking really brush out. These are annuals and grasses that are coming in. But with things like the castor bean, we have a roll-off on site. We want to make sure that stuff's not getting spread into the landscape and the watershed. So you could see pretty dramatic work that we're able to do and really modify that. That helps the overall community at large. So the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District funding is a combination of the General Appropriation Fund, which is a combination of the Wildland General Fund and then also other city departments contributing. Like I mentioned, Parks before contributes to that. And then also the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment Fund, which is $336,143. So this year, the total funding is going to be $536,143. And then so as part of the renewal process where we're here today, requires an annual engineer's report. And that annual engineer's report essentially outlines the cost for each of the services, and it's based off the consumer price index. So for this year, it's going to be a 4% increase, which was similar to last year. The CPI has been, as everybody knows, has been increasing over the last couple of years. Any additional questions? Again, Ryan Aston from SCI Consulting is here, and he'd be happy to expand on that a little bit. So again, the 4% increase for the single-family parcel in the foothill zone for this year is going to be $95.86 in the foothill zone, and then $118.87 in the extreme foothill zone. This is just a breakdown of the estimated costs of services. Kind of, I think for me, the important ones to look at are, obviously the top three, like I mentioned, road clearance, defensible space chipping, vegetation management. Bless you. Roadway clearing and chipping obviously are very, very critical to us. We need to make sure that our evacuation roadways are staying clear. And again, we want to make sure that chipping services are offered to everybody in the assessment district and nobody's getting left out. So a lot of that 4% increase are going towards those programs. And as I've mentioned, vegetation management the costs have been greatly reduced because of the CAL FIRE crew work, since they're an at-cost agency. And then also grant funding has supplemented some of that. So again, those are just, kind of based, I've been doing this 10 years and we've been able to do a lot with not a whole huge budget. And so far it's looking really good where I feel very confident going this next fiscal year that we'll be able to accomplish not just what we've done this year, but also a little bit more, especially in the vegetation management category. So again, with these monies, we'll be able to continue the vegetation road clearance, chipping services, voluntary defensible space evaluations, and then continue those vegetation management projects in the VMUs and the community fuels treatment network. So with that, I would like to recommend that the City Council adopt the resolution to renew the services as outlined in the Wildland Fire Suppression Assessment District. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from council. We'll start with Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What's procedurally or legislatively, you've long since sold this thing, I think, right? I mean, the 4%'s kind of goofy. You could probably people are probably asking you to charge them more to do more work when you're out there in the field. What prevents this, or what would be the process to not have to come back here every year and do a multi-year engineer report renewal cap on CPI every year? So you could do it for 2 years or 5 years. That's my question. I know in the past, Ryan, when you've been in here, you've talked about, you can't always get labor, you can't always get contracts with things. It would seem to me a multi-year would lessen that. An industry could start to form for that, knowing that it's 5 years at a time or 10 years at a time. So what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Sorry. I can answer that, I think. So a part of what goes into this update process each year, these procedures are outlined by Proposition 218, which is enshrined in the state constitution as Article 13D. And so there's both best practices related to these things, and then there are those legal procedures. And so the annual update is a part of that process, the update of the engineer's report. The resolution that this council adopted in May to state the intention to levy assessments again, and then the public hearing today, and that second resolution that orders the levy and processes the assessments on the property tax rolls for 23-24.
So there are other Prop 218 things, like P-bids, bids, agencies like that that are subject to Prop 218 that are done for more than 1 year. Is there something specifically about these type of districts that prevent multi-year arrangements?
Yeah, so what you may be referring to is property-related fees are kind of the other mechanism related to Prop 218, and this is a benefit assessment. They share some similarities, but this process is very specific to benefit assessments and to assessment districts. And so this is typical of this kind of situation, that you would have these kinds of annual updates to the budget, the engineer's
It's
report.
okay, so either I'm not answering the question right, or asking the question right, or you're not understanding my question. So there are other entities or organizations or functions I know that are subject to Prop 218. So I've never read Prop 218. So if there's differences internally in Prop 218, the way it applies, to say it just has to function under Prop 218, I know there are other things that get done that are subject to Prop 218 that can be done in multi-year. Is there something in Prop 218 for this specific type of assessment district that limits it to 1 year only, unlike those other ones?
Yeah, and I apologize. I think what I mean to say here is that a benefit assessment specifically requires that annual update.
I still don't think that's true. So there are other benefit assessment districts in other locations that are done for multi-years. So I'd be interested in finding out some more about that. It seems to make you schmuck through here every year and do the same thing is kind of redundant. I mean, I know there are people out there that are ready and willing to do this every year, and I think there's some efficiencies to gain on difficulties you've talked about in the past years on getting labor or getting CAL FIRE for contracts and labor that would benefit from having a multi-year relationship.
I believe Ms. Knecht would like to weigh in on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Jordan. So when we initially had this benefit assessment district approved in 2008, and it was approved by the voters or the property owners in the benefit assessment district, part of the approval, the weighted voted approval, was that it could be continued each year without an additional vote of the property owners if it was levied at the CPI increase. So that's why we don't have to go through the voting.
The answer to my question, to change it, would be to go back and have another vote. That would be the short answer to my question, right?
You need to have another vote of the property owners to do that. Change the methodology.
So a quick follow-up to that, I think we're going to be on a ballot in 2024. You might want to think about that if we're already going to be on a ballot for gaining some efficiencies there. And then same kind of question on alternative methods that have popped up in recent years. I think the sheep or the goats right now are back at Elings. And are there thoughts on where not that picture was where the chaparral is 10 and 15 feet tall, but where there are more undergrowth, just type of exposures to? What's it take to adjust this program to look at more than just those three areas you do, but you're also bringing in sheep or goats to work on stuff?
So Councilmember Jordan, I can weigh in on that. So again, in that vegetation management category, so sheep and goats are something that we've used funded through the assessment district before. There's nothing that precludes us from using them. So essentially, just like bringing in hand crews, it would be a contract with a sheep or goat. In fact, the last one that we used was Kuyama Lamb, who we've been primarily using for doing a lot of the grazing. We have a grant currently through the Coastal Conservancy that we've been awarded, and part of that, there will be funds set aside for sheep and grazing projects that will include parts of the assessment district. So as far as the type of work, it's just a different type of treatment, whether it be mechanical, hand tools, sheep grazing. We're allowed to do that under the assessment district. There's nothing that forces us to use just hand crews.
So again, it's just a matter of time and resources probably, right?
And also, if I can speak on the previous question, because, you know, I think some of, I and remind me, I apologize, I had a comment and then it just escaped me, but essentially yeah, like I said, the type of work and the area of work that we do, or excuse me, the contracting that we do, so there's nothing that precludes us in the assessment district to have a multi-year contract. So things like chipping and road clearance, my goal is to set those up, and I've, not always, but normally I set those up as 5-year renewable contracts. That really helps us bake in that cost. So I know what my cost for road clearance is gonna be every year. Chipping is, I know what my hourly cost for chipping is gonna be. It's a little bit more of a wild card because I don't know who's gonna be putting it out. I don't know how much rain we're gonna get the next year or sunshine, and those things really play in to the turnout of chipping. So I always wanna make sure I keep enough in there. And again, since 2017 at least, we've been able to use the CAL FIRE crews, and that's a fixed cost. That hasn't increased, to my knowledge, in many, many, many years. So I know exactly how much I'm going to be paying pretty much per acre, almost to the dollar. So those things are very, very controlled and baked in. Really the only big variable is that chipping program.
Super, thanks. Then Ryan, you know, every time we talk about this, I talk about this, and then we don't get together, so I'm just telling you, we have to get together. So how do we get there around Ealing's, West Valerio Hill, La Cima Road, Las Positas Valley, Honda Valley, around Honda Valley Park, up in Santa Barbara Highlands? I mean, I know we've talked about maybe the initial step is that community something thing that you're going to remind me what the name is, but you know, just in particular, the further we get from the Loma Fire, the further we're reminded of the importance of doing that other places in the city too. And so I'll let you comment to that, but I just think I'm going to have to, we have to get together and start to work on that for some of these other areas in the city where we know the needs there, and start chasing them down, okay?
Yeah, Councilmember Jordan, I'm happy to get together with you when our schedules allow. I do feel we have some staff now and we have some funding to expand this work outside of our traditional high fire hazard areas, right? So now we can start focusing not only in the benefit assessment or suppression district, but also coastal interior. The Loma Fire, as we know, is a big wake-up call, and I think it actually woke up a lot of the neighborhoods in that area as well. So hence some of our efforts in Honda Canyon and with the Highlands community becoming our first Firewise community in the city. I believe that's the momentum that we need to get these portions of the city, the coastal and coastal interior zones, to think a little bit more about wildfire and think a little bit more about how to harden their home and have defensible space, where traditionally you didn't because you opened up your backslider and the fog was so thick you couldn't see the beach, right? So I think at this point, getting that momentum going with some of the programs that we're implementing now will help to open the eyes of these neighborhoods. So in the future, maybe down the road, we could talk about maybe a suppression assessment district in the coastal or in the coastal and coastal interior zones. I personally don't think we're quite there yet. We need to show the public and the community the benefits of these programs first. And I think that's what we're trying to implement now. And we've started to implement with some of that personnel and funding behind to do that.
Thanks, and I will follow. I think it's an easy sell, so, and I'm willing to help you do some work on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Is this questions and comments, or is it just questions?
You mean
No,
like
I'm-
Mike?
Well, meaning Mike, but I'm happy to do both and tie
You
them
know,
together if you want.
I think this is kind of your ballywick, so I would say go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Always appreciate this presentation. Thank you. I have a couple questions. Just on page 32 of the engineer's report, I don't know if you have it in front of you. It's one of our attachments, attachment 1, I believe. And it's maybe going to seem like a nitpicky question, but I know these things really affect insurance rates. So I'm looking at page 32, and there's the sort of flat green and the bright green, and they're dappled together, and it gives the appearance that extreme foothill and foothill aren't distinct zones like it shows in the slide. So I'm wondering if that's accurate. I don't think it is, but I think it's more like the slide, that it's a bright line delineator, or is it dappled like that where you have some extreme foothill within foothill?
Councilmember Sen, I think that likely has to do with maybe the resolution. As I'm looking at this, it's also reflecting all of the roads and potentially the parcels that are in their area. So when you get a lot of those overlines, and this is just my general GIS knowledge, it tends to darken the green. So in this next engineer's report, I think what we'll do is we'll maybe change those colors up a bit so the delineation
That would be
is more clear.
great, just so there's no ambiguity at all, because I think that would concern a lot of people.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. And then, this is a question that has come up. So if there are volunteer trees in the setback, and if that also coincides with defensible space of your house and being a tree city, and maybe this isn't a question that can answer right now, but something, it's a question that's come up to me before. What takes priority there, defensible space or tree city?
Councilmember Sen, that is a great question, and I think we'd probably have to have a follow-up with Nathan Slack about that. To my understanding, if it's in the setback and it's over a certain diameter, depending on the species of tree, it may end up being something that would have to go to the Street Tree Advisory Committee as part of the removal. Obviously, there's policies and procedures, so we don't just want to encourage homeowners to just either leave stuff or take stuff out without, kind of proper understanding. I defer to Nathan a lot for that kind of things. I can make my recommendations, whether I think it's a good tree to have in the setback or it's not the greatest tree to have, but ultimately, if it reaches the criteria where it's an established tree, I have to usually defer to the Parks Department.
Thank you. That's actually really helpful to just go through the regular tree removal process in that case, okay? And then in the past, there were issues of staffing or being able to even find contractors, and we knew we had the vegetation management unit set up, and had the money and the funding, but not able to find people to be able to do that. How is that this year? Do we have enough contractors or staffing?
Thanks, Councilmember Sen. Yeah, as Chris had mentioned, he's starting to bid out multi-year contracts with contractors to try to lock them in, so we don't have to chase our tail looking for these contractors. So that has gained some traction and be able to actually lock folks in so we can get the work done. The Coastal Conservancy grant, where we get, in the first time in the fire department's history and in the city's history, we're going to hire a 5-person fuels crew, an hourly fuels crew that's going to work under the fire department. This is monumentous in that every day we can get work done in these areas and not have to rely on a contractor and his or her schedule. So being able to tie in Chris's program with the CWPP, with the grant funding and the personnel to back all that together and tie it all together, now we're actually getting that quilt work done that Chris had mentioned in the high fire hazard area. So it's going to be an exciting calendar year in 24 for sure.
Thank you. I understand what you're saying, and it is very exciting. I know you know, I know we've had residents asking for that for a long time, so that to have that all coordinated and in place and making good use of those funds is really appreciated. I wanted to make the comment too that I like in the engineer's report, the emphasizing that this is a benefit for the whole community. It's not just fire in the foothills, but then you also talked about the coastal and how fire suppression benefits the whole community. I continue to really appreciate that. I want to emphasize the importance of the CWPP and how it's data-driven, and that prioritization of the vegetation management units, and then you're in place, you have the order, the priorities, so then you can go in there. And I love the description of the mosaic or the quilt. Really helps explain some of the areas around, say, Franceschi Park or other areas where you're looking at continuity of fire movement, not necessarily clearing all the vegetation and brush everywhere. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Councilmember Sneddon. And that's what we tell individual homeowners when we do defensible space inspections. or evaluations. Sometimes people are hesitant because they think we're going to come in there and tell them to moonscape their entire property, and that's not the case. We are, as you mentioned in the quilt or mosaic outlook of the city, we do that on an individual parcel level. And we tell folks, you can keep your vegetation, but what if we trim these? What if we limb up these? Now we're breaking the ladder fuels on just an individual parcel. So not only is it a macro view, but it's a micro view as well for just individuals. So we want to get that word out there that we're not going to destroy your property by our recommendations.
Thank you. And that brings me to another question that's come to me about, are there repercussions for not taking your advice? So I think there are some people who don't even want to schedule the assessment, not the assessment, but the evaluation because they worry they might have to, or there might be repercussions if they don't follow the recommendations. Could you speak to that?
Sure. Councilmember Sneddon, I think not to scare homeowners, but I think the biggest repercussion is you could have significant damage to your property and to those living in your property. Do we have all the answers? Is what we're going to recommend save everybody's house? Probably not, but is it going to give it a better chance? There's science that backs that up that says yes. So are we going to the over 4,000 parcels we have in the high fire hazard areas and giving notices of violation to each person that's not in compliance? No, we don't have the manpower to do that. A lot of our action we take on a legal standpoint is complaint driven in these areas. But I do, and this is part of our evaluation too, is I explain to homeowners from a tactical level, if you're on a fire engine from somewhere out of this area, and you know we've seen a lot of them here, they will drive down a street when the fire's coming, and they will literally say, we could defend that one, we can't, we can, we can't. It seems like a harsh reality, but it's also to protect their own lives as well, the firefighters on the engines. So that's what I try to explain to folks, is the more you make your house defendable and hardened, the better chance it is for whether there's a fire engine at your house or not. It's an extreme benefit for you and your family to do that.
Thank you. That's I'll pass that along. For myself, I just want to say that the notifications, very clear, the door hangers, the mailings, the sandwich boards, everything that you do to communicate in a neighborhood, we all know when it's coming, we all know to be ready. You see the piles of things out, and it works really smoothly and really well. So I just wanted to say that I think that the noticing works really, really well and is very clear. Also, to Councilmember Jordan's comments, the rate per parcel is such a small amount, and I think, I've said this before, that I think people would very happily assess themselves more for more benefit if that ever becomes something worth talking about or pursuing. And just really, really grateful for this program. One more question about on the budget. And I think you answered it, but I just want to make sure. You had the 300,000 amount and the 200,000 sort of extra, and it sounds like now you're able to use that. In last year's cycle was maybe not usable because of the personnel or the being able to have the contracting, but now maybe it could be used for other fire hazard areas also.
That's correct. So some of that funds that are being rolled over into this next fiscal year will be used. In fact, some of them have been used already on biological reports. So those funds are, now that the ball's rolling and the work's going to be implemented, we're now starting to get the reports we need to conduct the work, and it'll be used up for sure.
Good, that's good news. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Comments or questions still?
Well, both.
I just wanted to comment. I just wanted to thank you. This is very educational. In my district, we have other issues, but I want to acknowledge the gentlemen in the back that actually do this work. I didn't know that the fire department actually was so involved in this process. So I really want to acknowledge the gentleman in the back. Thank you so much for all the work you do, and thank you for the fire department.
Thank you. Ms. Gorman, are there any public comments online? I don't think we have anyone here in the audience.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And with that, Ms. Sneddon.
I'm happy to move the staff recommendation.
Okay, motion by Sneddon for staff recommendation. Second by Ms. Gutierrez. May we have the vote tally, please?
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Alejandra Gutierrez for the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Resolution passes unanimously. Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll move on to the next item. You have the item to read, Ms. Gorman.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And this is item 23, public hearing on proposed changes to solid waste rates.
All right, very well. Ms. Cruz Carpenter.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Rouse and City Council members. I'm Lorraine Cruz Carpenter, Environmental Services Manager, and today I will be presenting the proposed solid waste rates for fiscal year '24, followed by a public testimony and tabulation of protests as required by Prop 218. Let's see. Get to the Just one moment until we get to our
Looks
slides.
like we're
here.
still on the technological cutting edge today. As always.
Here we go. Do I press it here? To move? Yeah, okay. Great. Thank you. Sorry for that. I also would like to note that the information being presented today was presented first to the Finance Committee on April 11th. This table provides examples of typical customer profiles and how the monthly service charge will be affected by the proposed FY24 rate changes. While these are just examples, customers can use the trash bill calculator on our website to receive a more specific estimate by inputting their own service levels into that calculation to find out what their increases would be for these rates. It is important to note that the Prop 218 requirements are specific to rates and not to the overall cost of a customer sees on their utility bill. And so for that reason, the public notice and this table indicate only changes to the rates between FY23 and FY24. While these percentages changes look high, there are a couple of other factors that affect the overall customer bill and counteract this increase that we will go into more detail in shortly. The most significant impact that I want to address, because it has caused some customer confusion, we know, is that this table does not incorporate the 6.5 utility users tax, or UUT, that has historically been charged to solid waste customers. The UUT is a separate element of the bill added after all the rates are calculated. Therefore, it was not included in the Prop 218 notice. This is significant because, as you may recall, the city is discontinuing the 6.5 users utility tax in order to better align with best practices statewide. Therefore, the percentage change we see in the table is actually about 6 percentage points lower when accounting for the change in total cost between FY23 and FY24. The percentage changes listed in the blue column are more representative of the changes customers will ultimately see on their bill. So we want to remind everybody that we're looking at rates versus what customers will see on their bill. You'll notice that with this adjustment, the total cost for some customer profiles decrease and others increase depending on customer type. This is because service costs are allocated among sectors based on the cost to serve this sector or that sector. In the case of the large residential customers, we see a larger increase than the business and small residential sectors because it is proportionally more expensive to service large residential customers on a per-account basis. And the increases are divided among the relatively fewer number of large residential accounts. This results in a higher increase for this sector. That said, these costs are again at least partially mitigated by the elimination of the UUT. The proposed solid waste rates are comprised of several factors that are broken down in this slide. Solid waste collection service accounts for 5.2% of the increase. Processing and disposal at the landfill account for 3.1%, and city programs account for 1.6%. Overall, the nominal rate increase is 9.9%. However, with the discontinuation of the utility users tax, there is a 6.5% reduction in the overall customer bill. So the average net effect on the ratepayer is a 3.4% increase overall. And at this time, staff recommends that council hold a public hearing, consider all protests, and determine if there is a majority written protest regarding proposed increases to solid waste rates for fiscal year '24 as required by California law. There is no majority. And also, item B, if there's no majority written protest, direct staff to prepare a rate schedule setting the solid waste rates for fiscal year 2024, and include in the schedule within the city's penalties, fees, rates, and service charges for consideration by council in connection with the final adoption of the operating budget. And at this time, I'd like to open the presentation for any questions you may have.
Okay, questions from council? Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just have two quick questions. One, for the proportionally more to service multi-unit residential, could you explain more about that? It would seem to me there'd be the opposite, that you have more, it's more compact units, they're closer together, you're having more accounts per block. It seems counterintuitive to me.
Councilmember Sneddon, for that sector, the service could be different because there could be multiple days that larger unit is serviced, and the cost for that proportionally is just different based compared to a single unit that may be serviced one day a week.
Thank you. And then is there anything in, I don't know, in Prop 218 or rate study about those units are probably least or more impacted by a rate increase than single-family residences potentially? Is that a consideration in the rate study? I don't know if I'm making sense. Yeah.
So just to kind of revisit maybe discussing about how it's allocated by sector, I think that answers that question a little bit more, which is the increases are allocated by each sector, and then depending on those sectors for the cost that it costs to service each sector, that's factored into that. And then in the large unit, there are less accounts in that sector, so that sector actually sees a larger increase because it's carried across fewer accounts.
Ms. Parento.
Councilmember Sneddon, Alelia Parento, Sustainability and Resilience Director. And I just wanted to add on to what Ms. Cruz Carpenter was saying, in that Proposition 218 does not allow us to consider the income level of a customer when setting rates.
That answers that question. Thank you. And then our role, whether we agree with these rates or disagree with the rates, is not really what's at question. It's whether there are enough protests written to the rates.
Councilmember Sneddon, that is correct.
Thank you.
Other questions from council? I had one, Ms. Cruz Carpenter. Could you walk us through once again? So the UUT is the factor that's the confusing part of this whole thing. And so we talked about what the rates were published, and then you say this is what it is without UUT. Can you, and the UUT, as I understand it, was folded into the franchise fee? Is that, because the money just didn't go away, obviously.
Mayor Rouse, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. So the UUT is not in alignment with industry standards, and so we are discontinuing that UUT charge. As you recall, we are increasing the franchise fee, so that is the part of that 5.2% that you'll see in that increase.
That's
So-
exactly what I wanted to ask, if that was wrapped into that. So it is a net thing, there's no more hidden surprises anywhere. I know it was hard to explain. I think all of us certainly forwarded enough emails to both of you to do this, so.
That is
thank you.
correct, and we realize that this is a very kind of confusing year for rates because of some of these changes and because the way that the Prop 218 notice has to be noticed.
Yeah, we've demonstrated some confusion on the dais, for sure. Any other questions from council members? And then I would entertain a motion.
Yes, so at this time, we would also like to remind you, Mayor Rouse, that you'll need to open up public testimony at this time.
All right. And do we have any, Ms. Gorham, we don't have anyone online, or do we?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we have no one live to do that? Okay, so we will open and close the public hearing. Now, we may go back to a motion on,
Okay, great.
oh, wait,
So,
Ms. Cruz Carpenter?
yes, I'll continue. In compliance with Proposition 218 requirements, all solid waste account holders were mailed rate increase notices on April 21st. And as of today, we've received 7 written protests regarding the solid waste rates, as well as 0 protests during public testimony. So there is no majority protest, and we may proceed with the rate-setting process.
Don't want another false start. You got this one, we're ready to go?
We are.
Okay, now,
Make a motion to move recommendation.
motion by, and would you signify what you're moving, both A and B?
Both A and B.
Okay.
Staff recommendation. Anybody want a second?
Second by Harmon. It's painful. May we have the tabulation, please?
Certainly, one moment. And this is for a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to approve the staff recommendations. You can go ahead and vote.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, very good. We will move on to the next item.
Very good. And Mr. Mayor, the next item are the advisory group interviews with the estimated time of 4 o'clock, but I'm not sure if we have any interviewees here already.
Mayor Rouse, we have, it appears we have 2 interviewees here currently.
Well, we'll take those now, I suppose, then.
And then I would recommend you have the choice to then hear the staff presentation of your appeal and then go back to advisory group meetings if you'd like. But
We can certainly do that. Are both parties from the appeal?
I can check that while you do your interviews.
Okay, very good. Who is here for an interview? All right. If you would come forward and let us know who you are and what you're applying for, and we'll give you 3 minutes at the dais.
My name is Betsy Gallery, and I'm applying for the Arts Advisory Committee. I am a retiree from Santa Barbara County, and currently I'm a working artist. As a matter of fact, I did that seal of the city of Santa Barbara, which is at the Sea Landing right now. I'm a mosaic artist. And my understanding is that the Arts Committee started around 1984 with a project that was awarded to Marge Dunlap, a fountain down at Los Aves, which I had the opportunity of restoring a number of years ago. I think that the Arts Advisory Committee is really important because it helps with the development of public art, installations, exhibitions, and grants for artists in Santa Barbara. I have led a number of public workshops, both for adults and children and the disabled in Santa Barbara. Some of my work from those workshops, I did one at Art from Scrap a number of years ago, which is now at Hendry's Beach at the South Coast Resource Watershed Center. I've done work at the UCSB and in a lot of private entities for County Fire out at their headquarters on Cathedral Oaks and others of that nature. One of the reasons I want to join the committee is I really am interested in promoting the public involvement with art in the community. I think it benefits the visitors as well as local people. And I particularly want to get involved with things like investigating whether the percent for art can be reestablished or established here in Santa Barbara. I was a beneficiary of a project like that in Camarillo last year. And I think that Santa Barbara could become involved. We have a lot of big construction projects, and after a certain amount of value in a project, it might be really helpful to local artists to involve public art. Other projects, I think, could be really helpful to attract interest of visitors and local people to the downtown would be things like the creative crosswalks. A lot of cities in this country have, and around the world, have very creative crosswalks which attract people to the various areas where they're installed. Oh, that's my time.
Okay, very good. Does anyone have questions for Ms. Gallery? Okay, well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is anyone else here to apply for a,
Do I need to put this somewhere?
you can give that to Ms. Bjork or whatever. Be fine. No one else? Okay, so what we'll do then is we will reconvene interviews later on because it was a time estimate at 4.
Yes, Mayor Rouse, what I would suggest is that we take a short break. Community development staff are not quite here yet. We've gone quicker than expected today. They'll, on their way, we can have the staff presentation. We can then move to any interviews that are here and then resume with appellant and applicant presentations and the remainder of the appeal.
Ms. Sneddon has a comment?
Yes, Mayor Rouse, I need to recuse myself from the appeal of development at 3208 Laurel Canyon Road because the address is within 500 feet of my parcel.
I think she's already called it off. All right, thank you very much. So you've already canceled the closed session, correct? Yeah. All right, very good. So we will then take a break until
Why don't we take a 10-minute break? That'd be great. Thank
10-minute
you.
break. Very good. We'll be back at about 20:04. Thank you. this meeting. And Madam Clerk, you have an item to read.
Yes, this is item 25, appeal of the Single Family Design Board's project design approval of development at 3208 Laurel Canyon Road.
All right, very good. So this is a quasi-judicial process that we're going to have a hearing on for appeal for an SFDB-approved project. We're going to begin with our, well, first of all, we'll begin with any ex parte communications. I know that I visited the site yesterday on my own. Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple points to bring up on this. So,
Okay.
I also visited the site over the weekend, but I also want to make sure that I'm within the parameters of participating. So, like all of you, I received a very lengthy document. I received it Monday morning, but it was emailed over at 11:45 Sunday night, consisting of about 100 pages from one of the participants. And also subsequently later that morning, in the middle of the morning, I received another lengthy document, 29 pages of single-spaced material from the project applicant. And I was unable to review those. I know that we do have a kind of gray area council internal memo that alerts people to the fact that if they want their stuff in the agenda, they need to get it in a week before the Tuesday. And it kind of has a gray area in that week and leaves it up to individual council members after that point to either be able to read it or not. I'm relatively uncomfortable with that structure because it puts different information in different council members' seats than others, because some may have time to read it, some may don't, so we're not all seeing the same information. And so I would say if either party out there expected those last two submissions to be part of this discussion, that I am unprepared. And if that's a material issue to them, I'm happy stepping down. If it's not a material to them, I'm happy going forward. So I will leave that until somebody offers guidance on what I should do.
Okay, very good. Well, I know that there are certain expectations that getting materials in by a certain time for us to be able to consume and can consider them. We have an option to decide which materials to consider, which is going to be here today. So, Ms. Connect, do you have anything you'd like to add to that conundrum?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just point out that the Councilmember Jordan did state the procedures correctly, that items that are submitted the week before are included within the packet. And what is provided within the agenda report in the packet is what was considered by staff to be the materials that were presented below to the SFDB board, which is what is on appeal. And that is the material that is presented to the city council, which the city council should have reviewed. Anything that comes in subsequent to that is to be within the discretion of the council members to review or not. So, you know, I would say that it is quite sufficient that any council member who's reviewed the materials that was in the packet is quite adequate.
Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Friedman.
I just want to state that I did do my own site visit over the weekend, both to Laurel Canyon, and also I did drive around to Lucinda Lane on the opposites, back on the other side to look at it completely. And I am also where I believe Councilmember Jordan is I read all the materials, reviewed the Single Family Design Board, but anything that was turned in this week, I did not have time to review.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
I too toured the property and the surrounding streets with Mayor Rouse and city staff. We did not have quorum, so we didn't get to discuss it at all, but we got to view it and walk through the properties. And I too was unable to go through the information that was sent to us this week.
All right, very good. So here's how this is going to go. It's going to be slightly unusual because we are going to break in the middle, and I believe that both parties have been informed of this, to do a, what is a kind of a time, not a time certain, but a time suggested for interviews, which I don't think it's going to take very long at all. But we'll go with a staff presentation that should not exceed 20 minutes. And with the staff presentation, I'll also take any input from attending board members from the SFDB that are here. After that, we'll have a presentation by the appellant, also 20 minutes, which can be used all at once, or it can be, time can be reserved for rebuttal. And then the presentation by the applicant after that for 20 minutes. And then city staff will have a chance to respond or rebut for 10 minutes after that. And after that, we can have public comment for people who are not either party to the appellant or to the applicant, but just want to speak on the issue. So with that, I'm going ahead and we'll bring on the staff presentation, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. I'm Holly Garson, Assistant Planner in the Community Development Department and the current staff liaison to the Single Family Design Review Board, full board. The purpose of the item is to review an appeal of the Single Family Design Board, or SFDB, approval. The project located at 3208 Laurel Canyon Road was granted project design approval by the SFDB on February 27th, 2023, and was subsequently appealed by Mark Chatillo on behalf of Anita Williamson, who is the owner of the adjacent property to the east, located at 3210 Laurel Canyon Road. Today, council will decide the appeal based on the record of the proceedings of the SFDB, the approved project, and the required findings. Subsequent to the appeal letter being filed, the applicant did provide a follow-up letter to council, including their suggested revised design of the project that would be acceptable, and council should not consider this suggested design as it was not reviewed by the SFDB previously, and it is considered a different project. The goal of the SFDB is to ensure that single-unit residential projects are compatible with the surrounding neighborhood in size and design, and that public visual resources are protected. Here's the project site located above Highway 192 or Foothill Road. It's in the East San Roque neighborhood. It's approximately 7,000 square feet with an average slope of 10%, and it's highlighted on the screen in yellow. The parcel is developed with a one-story, 1,288 square foot single-unit residence and a 241 square foot attached one-car garage. The project proposes a 192 square foot first-floor addition and a 758 square foot second-story addition. The project also includes an interior remodel, a new 200 square foot carport, a 345 square foot first-floor covered patio, 2 second-story decks totaling 106 square feet, removal of the existing concrete driveway and replacement with permeable paver system, new landscape, and associated mechanical, electrical, and plumbing upgrades. The 241 square foot one-car attached garage will remain. The proposed total of 2,679 square feet on a 6,892 square foot lot is 92% of the maximum allowable floor area. Here is the proposed site plan. Up top, you see Laurel Canyon Road. Here's the adjacent residence to the east. This is the appellant, 3210 Laurel Canyon. And here you can see the footprint of the residence to the west. Here's the existing garage to remain. Here's the new carport. And this is the rough outline of the proposed residence. Here's a photo of the front of the existing residence as seen from the road, and you can see in the left of the photo the appellant's residence. Here's a photo of the existing south rear elevation. Again, you can see the appellant's residence to the east. You can also note that their residence is on a slightly higher grade uphill from the project. This is the proposed north elevation, or the front of the new residence as seen from the street. This is the south elevation, the rear of the new residence. Here you can see the second-story westerly deck. This is the easterly deck, second-story easterly deck, and here is the first-floor covered patio. I'd also like to point out that the second-story addition steps in on the west side here. The appellant's residence would be located to the right on this side. Here's the proposed west elevation. Here's a side view of the westerly deck. You can see that the massing is shifted back from the street to be located toward the rear of the residence here. This is the proposed east elevation that faces the appellant. Here's a side view of the second-story easterly deck. This deck only projects out about 3 feet from the exterior of the residence, so it's more of an alcove, really. You can see, too, that the second-story addition is set back from the street, again, from the public right-of-way. This proposed rear section identifies the project in the center and each flanking residence. Here's the east, here's the west. And you can see how the topography slopes downhill as it moves toward the west. The majority of the existing and proposed landscaping screening isn't shown here. The project was reviewed by the board on 4 occasions and received project design approval on February 27, 2023. Again, the board is looking at neighborhood compatibility, size, bulk, scale, height, and considering how to minimize privacy impacts. Throughout the design review process, the SFDB requested the project be studied in response to design and privacy concerns from the neighbors and to address board comments. The appeal issues brought forth are that the project does not comply with the single-family residence design guidelines, and the project does not meet the required neighborhood preservation findings, specifically regarding compatibility, including building size, bulk, scale, and height, and the Good Neighbor guidelines pertaining to privacy, landscaping, and lighting, and lastly, solar access. Looking at this is the east elevation, and as seen from the appellant's side, you can see how initially the applicant proposed a second-story addition with a mass toward the front of the existing residence here, and then a separate mass toward the rear of the existing residence, leaving only a single-story mass of the existing residence in the center and promoting sort of a wing structure. And this is not in keeping with the guidelines, but the goal of this initial design was to preserve the existing interior vaulted living room ceiling, which is located in this area. The board directed the applicant to restudy the proposed 2-story elements to be more connected and consistent and to consider a different location. The design guidelines advise applicants to set back taller portions of the structure from lot lines to reduce the appearance of height. This is the same elevation as the last slide, and this is what SFDB approved for project design approval. Here you can see the project was considerably revised to relocate the entire second-story addition as one mass toward the rear of the existing residence. The living room here is still preserved. The second-story mass and bulk is now stepped back from the first story to reduce the scale and appearance from the public right-of-way, and this is in keeping with the guidelines. This graphic identifies that the single-story residence at 3216 Laurel Canyon here is higher than the single-story appellant's residence at 3210 Laurel Canyon, and that 3216 will still be 1 foot taller than the tower element of the subject project. The appellant's residence is uphill of the existing project, therefore the project's second-story addition impacts views and privacy less than if the properties were on the same grade. The applicant also lowered the first floor plate height to 9 feet, and the easterly rear corner of the second story plate height will be 8 feet to provide for privacy for the easterly neighbor and to minimize looming impacts. The applicant lowered the height of the tower by approximately 1 foot 6 inches, and they lowered the height of the overall residence by 6 inches. Ultimately, the SFDB determined that the proposed development is compatible with the neighborhood and its size, bulk, and scale are appropriate to the site. While Laurel Canyon is predominantly single-story residences, there is some precedent for homes with 2-story elements. The flanking residences are both 1-story, but further up and down the street, you can see homes that have added a second story. Here you can see an image the applicant provided as part of their supplemental materials to the SFDB, which identified residences with 2-story elements on Laurel Canyon and noted approximate heights. This is 3226 Laurel Canyon. It's located 4 houses up from the project with an overall height of 23 feet, which is near the same height as the project. On the left is 3192 Laurel Canyon. It's 2 houses up from the project at approximately 21 feet. On the right is 3220 Laurel Canyon, 3 houses up from the project at approximately 25 feet, so this is taller than the project. Ultimately, the board stated the proposed development is consistent with the scenic character of the city and will enhance the appearance of the neighborhood. They noted that the applicant provided the heights of surrounding neighborhood. When thinking about designing a 2-story addition, there are many existing constraints to consider, such as existing structural location and financial implications. These images are from the design guidelines and provide various design ideas and alternatives for proposing a 2nd-story addition. These 2 ideas, in the middle and on the bottom, are mostly symmetrical, have a centrally located mass, and are balanced, sort of like a tiered wedding cake. However, the design guidelines also provide ideas for acceptable 2nd stories that are not as balanced, such as the bottom image here. This example promotes flexibility for proposing additions, and it is very similar to the subject project. The design guidelines encourage applicants to strive for a project that does not exceed 85% of the maximum floor-to-lot area ratio. FARs are a useful indication of a structure's bulk relative to its site. For this project, FAR is a requirement because the residence is more than 1 story and on a lot less than 15,000 square feet. When a project exceeds 85% of the required FAR, the FAR supplemental application, which includes neighborhood data and visual aids, are required by the city unless waived by the SFDB. So on this screen, you can see the 4 standard requirements that are part of the application. You have street silhouette elevation, panoramic photo simulation, story poles and other visual aids, and the 20 closest homes survey. The board initially did waive the FAR supplementals at the first conceptual hearing. However, later in the design review process, they requested and subsequently received additional information. They noted that the applicant provided additional studies and neighborhood statistics regarding the FAR. This slide shows the FAR analysis provided, and it indicates that the project will have the 3rd highest FAR on the street. They also provided 3D renderings, 20 closest lots data, neighborhood context photos, additional neighborhood studies detailing heights and views, and lastly, they created a dedicated website for neighbors. The appellant brought up that the 1st floor patio should be included in the FAR calculation, but per the municipal code, it does not meet the definition and standard for calculating floor area. Current site conditions only provide 1 covered parking space in the existing garage here, and the standard development requirement is to provide 2 covered parking spaces. The new project will provide the 1 covered parking space in the existing garage, and in addition, provide another secondary parking space under the new carport. Therefore, the parcel will be brought into conformance with parking standards. It's important to note that the municipal code includes includes covered parking for both garages and carports in the FAR calculation. If the new 1-car carport was excluded from the project, the FAR would equal 85%. Ultimately, the SFDB motioned that the proposed FAR is supportable based on the board's review of neighborhood FARs and the fact that the approximate 200 square feet of floor area that's affecting the FAR calculation is the result of the 1 new carport. This slide also shows that the approved FAR is at 92%. Here's what the square footage would look like for a project with 85% FAR, and again for 100% FAR. During the design review process, the board requested that the applicant consider a traditional architectural style to be more consistent with the neighborhood. The applicant returned with a further developed traditional architectural design and provided additional details. The board ultimately determined that the proposed building and structures are designed with quality architectural materials and details, and that the materials and colors maintain the natural appearance of the ridgeline and hillside. The board conditioned the proposed color of the fencing to be an earth-toned and natural color like a tan. The Good Neighbor Guidelines provide considerations for designing projects that are mindful of neighbors with respect to privacy, landscaping, and lighting. The board the board's motion stated that the project generally complies with the Good Neighbor guidelines regarding privacy, landscaping, noise, and lighting because the applicant made changes to windows, relocated rooms, and added trees of significant size for privacy. Here are photos of the existing landscaping on the east, the front, the rear east, rear west, rear east again. Existing mature perimeter and front yard landscaping will remain on site with minimal landscape removal. And new landscaping and trees will be installed along the easterly and westerly property lines. These graphics identify the existing to be removed landscape in red, existing to remain landscape in yellow, and the new landscape is here in green. The board directed the applicant to add more trees of a significant size for privacy and conditioned the mature olive trees to be a minimum of 20 feet in height from the top of canopy to finished grade. The heights of the new trees were increased by the applicant from approximately 15 feet to 20 feet to screen the rear yard, second-story elements, westerly deck here. The applicant also proposed to install a 12-foot hedge at the easterly corner of the property to screen the rear yard second-story element and the easterly deck here. Should this project be continued, all existing and proposed hedges over 8 feet in height located in an interior setback will be noticed and scheduled for a minor zoning exception by the SFDB. Standard tree protection measures will be issued as a condition of approval on the building permit. Here we have, the project includes 2 second-story decks. The total second-story deck square footage was reduced from 134 square feet at the first conceptual review to 106 square feet as approved. The Good Neighbor guidelines for privacy encourage decks to be screened and to be set back 15 feet from interior lot lines when possible. Circled in red is the westerly deck at approximately 49 square feet and located approximately 7 feet from the westerly lot line. The board stated the westerly deck is supportable due to its small size. This is the proposed east elevation again. Circled in red is the easterly deck at approximately 57 square feet and located almost 18 feet and 6 inches from the easterly property line or the appellant's property. At maximum, again, this deck just projects out about 3 feet from the exterior of the residence. The appellant letter contends that the project would block sunlight from and shade windows of the appellant's property. The design guidelines provide suggestions for designing projects to achieve maximum passive and active solar design. The SFDB did not express concerns about the development and potential for blocking sunlight or shading windows. The majority of their conversation was focused on the bulk of the residence and reducing plate height and the overall height of the structure. The city's solar access height ordinance ensures the building does not cast a significant shadow on the neighboring building, ensuring adequate access to direct sunlight. The project is actually exempt from this ordinance because the 2 north-facing boundaries of the parcel are either not a true north as qualified, or an exception applies as this boundary faces a street. Here are the SFDB motion for approval, required findings, and comments. Staff believes the board addressed the appellant's key issues related to neighborhood compatibility and the Good Neighbor guidelines and agrees with the board's analysis and approval of the project and reasons for making the required neighborhood preservation ordinance findings. And I've highlighted these yellow sections to point out the SFDB thinking and how they got to their decision, but I've previously touched on these in my presentation. Staff recommends that City Council deny the appellant's appeal and uphold the Single-Family Design Board project design approval. The applicant team thoroughly responded to SFDB recommendations and requirements by shifting the second-story mass away from the street and proposing a more cohesive addition, reducing the architectural tower feature of the residence and lowering the overall height of the residence, and providing additional and sufficient proposed landscaping, screening, and trees along interior property lines for privacy. This project is a typical and acceptable FAR of 92% for a modern-day 4-bedroom residence, and while Laurel Canyon is predominantly single-story residences, the immediate neighborhood is a mix of single-story and 2-story residences. These single-story residences have the ability to add a second story and increase their height. The project is designed in a ranch traditional style to be more compatible with existing residences on the street and maintain the harmonious character of the neighborhood. Existing colors were approved to be earth-toned and natural to blend in with the scenic character of the neighborhood. And in an effort to be transparent and follow the Good Neighbor guidelines, specifically the Good Neighbor tips, the applicant did create a web page where neighbors could review project drawings and related information being presented to the SFDB. If council agrees with staff today and the SFDB decision to grant project design approval and that the neighborhood preservation ordinance criteria have been met, then the appeal should be denied. If this is the case, council should state they deny the appeal and uphold the SFDB's approval of the project and corresponding findings. However, if council does not agree with SFDB's approval, the appeal may be upheld, and council should identify the reasons that the neighborhood preservation findings cannot be made. No matter the decision, staff will return with a decision and findings resolution reflecting the outcome of this appeal. And this concludes our presentation, and we're here for any questions. Thank you.
22 seconds left. That was
Oh.
pretty good, Ms. Carson. Thank you. Are there questions? Mr. Jordan, I'm also going to include anybody's testimony from the SFDB if they're here, and I see Ms. Colas in the envelope.
Just a
Mr. Jordan, go
couple
ahead.
questions, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure this is to Ms. Ostranger or Ms. Connect. So this project ran right up against the exact date of the streamline legislation, right? So that's right?
That's correct. So, yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councilmember Jordan. So, yes, this applicant, there were a number of rounds of concept review that they were able to go through while staff were still doing the application completeness process. But the moment we deemed it complete, that's when we had to schedule it for project design approval. So that was a couple of times. And then it was, that day was the deadline. So for the SFDB to make a decision that wasn't really framed to them, but we kind of had to we were kind of waiting to see what the direction was from SFDB, whether or not we needed to communicate that.
So in that context, is the only thing that can happen here today is an approval or denial, that we can't actually elect to send it back to SFDB for more work because we're already past that date?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, the options on appeal are of approve, or uphold with conditions, or deny.
Well, I've seen different options happen, so, but I guess the legislation streamlining thing just gives me pause on if somebody wanted to come up with ideas to remedy or mitigate and send it back to be worked on by SFDB. I know you're shaking your head at me because you've done it many times. That would generally not be something looked at favorably, but would it also not fall outside of that process because of the expired date of February 27th?
Well, yes, that's one of the key problems.
Okay. And then I just have one other question on the process on the minutes, if they're just not very explanatory minutes or what took place. On February 13th, there was a set of motions made, a motion made with five different things to happen. It's on our handout, it's right at the bottom of the page. Reducing the FAR, reducing the height of the element, some colors, plate height, plantings, and that carried unanimously at the Single Family Design Board. And then when you get to the 27th, there's nothing in the minutes that indicate that any of those were accomplished. All that's indicated is that everybody moved on to making all the findings that were involved in an approval. So did all of those prior items happen from that prior meeting's motion?
So Councilmember Jordan, I can respond and say, so these are action minutes, and this is historically how we've done design review minutes. And I will also acknowledge that this is one of the process improvements that Mr. Sweeney brought to ordinance committee and will likely be discussed. And something that the planning commission discussed is trying to be able to flesh out, to have more substantive minutes that identify the conversations happening. But the way that design review meetings work is that every meeting, we pull up the past minutes and we go through line by line, and the applicant is supposed to respond to each and every point in those minutes. So that does happen for each and every meeting.
Okay, and so what could have happened is, well, what did happen is they were resolved, but what could have happened is they might have been resolved at a subsequent meeting a little different than what was said at the prior meeting, right?
That's correct.
'Cause I'm thinking you didn't reduce the FAR to 90.
Correct. And,
Right.
and oftentimes, again, in design
Yep.
review meetings, there will be an instance where an applicant says, we looked into that, we reviewed this, I wasn't able to make this change because of X, Y, Z, and they qualify that. And then if that's acceptable to the SFDB, then they'll, again, kind of make a determination whether or not that works. And in this particular case, one of the pieces regarding the FAR, it was brought to the board's attention, kind of calling out that one-car carport and how that impacted the FAR calculation and actually brought it down to 85%.
I get that. And so what's just tickling my back is that February 27th deadline to put a thumb up or a thumb down, and on whether you really, that's the only thing unusual about the action minutes occurring the way they did is what was going on in the background with the February 27th deadline too, and did we just have to roll over and decide to get it out of there or deny it? So we didn't. We actually went through those motion items and discussed and resolved them again. They're just not shown in the minutes.
So one point, Councilmember Jordan, and just for the council's understanding, what we're talking about is the Permit Streamlining Act. And the moment when staff deems a project complete, so we're doing, in the background, we're routing it to all of our land development team members, all the different departments. The moment we can say, this meets all the zoning regulations, it looks like it's good to go, it's meeting code, we deem it complete. And at that point in time, we have 90 days from that specific date for when a board has to make a decision. They either can approve it, deny it, or approve with conditions. So that's what this deadline is coming up on. So that February 27th was that 90-day deadline. We discussed with the applicant in advance. I didn't want to start with that. I did not disclose that to the SFDB because it's kind of I don't like to put them in that position. But this applicant still had the ability to do a one-time, a 90-day extension. So we wanted a conversation, guidance to the applicant at that time was, you should see how they'll go based on this information and what your discussion points. And we won't bring that up in the meeting, but if it looks like they're going to deny your project, then I would recommend saying, hey, like they would have to approve that one-time extension for permit streamlining, and then that would allow them to come back to the board with a modified design. So in my opinion, we didn't put the SFDB on the spot to make a decision based on the permit streamlining deadline.
Much better to hear today. We all know we hate action minutes, so thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. I'll just be brief. If you could pull up slide 23. I just want to understand this slide specific to the tower. How tall is the tower? And then from this slide, is it just a foot shorter than 3216?
So, Mayor Rouse, through you to Councilmember Friedman, to answer your first question, the tower height on the proposed residence here, that's 23 feet 10 inches. And then in comparison, it's worth mentioning that the overall height of the residence here is 22 feet 9 inches.
The 3216 is 22 feet, or which one's 22 feet 9 inches?
The subject project, the overall height is 22 feet and 9 inches, circled here on the screen.
Okay. And then And there's only a foot difference between 3216, is how I'm reading that?
That's correct, because the topography it's uphill here and it slopes downhill as it moves toward the west or going down Laurel Canyon Road.
And then if you could do slide 25. This is 3192. So when I was, is the reason that, is this being used as a comparison as a two-story? When I was driving this, I noticed this property in particular, and it's kind of on the curve there, so it's rotated a little. So the distance between the two-story structure here, at least as I saw it when I was there, and the house to the left of it was further. It wasn't right up against the property line. Because of the way it's configured, is the project in question going to be closer to the appellant, or not the appellant, to the property to the north, which would be 3216?
Mr. Mayor, and Councilmember Friedman, I don't think we can answer that question because we don't have specific project data on the setbacks of this particular one. It's more just kind of a ballpark and to get a sense of neighborhood, the pattern of development within a neighborhood and kind of the context. There are some neighborhoods that have very little two-story, or some streets that have very little two-story structures. And so I think that the applicant in this scenario, by pulling these items together, they were just showing kind of the configuration and the different considerations, and that this particular project wouldn't be a precedent on the street.
Okay, thank you. And I just have two more questions. If you could do slide 30. And my question, it gets back to, I just want to understand this more. The municipal code, as I was reading it, requires that the carport be included in the FAR. So if the municipal code requires it, I'm not understanding why it's being pulled out in terms of making the findings.
Yeah, so we're going to pull up another slide. So our municipal code identifies what's included in floor area. So you'll see that what's included by definition in floor area are the habitable space within a residence or accessory space, including carports and garages. But you'll also see here on this slide of items that aren't considered that aren't calculated within the floor area. And then if you could go back to that parking slide. So anytime the SFDB sees a number beyond 85%, because we've identified 85% as kind of the sweet spot so that we're not, building out the lot or that it's kind of a manageable amount of development. So anytime that's over, it gives the SFDB pause and they're going to ask more questions. They're going to try to understand what are the impacts, how does this relate to other residences within the neighborhood, and so that's why it also triggers all these additional materials. This project is non-conforming to parking, meaning that it only has one covered parking space when the code requires two covered parking spaces. And this applicant, in order to bring up their parking to a conforming standard, is adding a carport that's circled, a one-car carport. But it's essentially kind of it's an unenclosed structure. So it's just a drive-in, a traditional, a carport with a roof and kind of posts and beam system. And that carport, based on our definition of floor area, has to be calculated. So when the SFDB gets their numbers and how we look at that, this project is at 92% of the FAR on this site. If we just subtracted that 200 square feet for that one-car carport, it brings it down to 85%. So kind of the question is that one-car carport impacting, if it were down to 85%, would this really be as much of an issue for you? Would that have really stuck out to you as much, given the percentage? So that was just kind of a context and how the applicant walked through their project at that February 27th hearing to try to again, argue their point about why they found that they thought this was an acceptable mass and an acceptable FAR. And that's how, again, in the SFDB approval and the neighborhood preservation findings, they called that out specifically because they felt that that was appropriate.
Thank you. And then just my last question, it gets back to where Councilmember Jordan was, being that there is the possibility of a one-time extension of 90 days, I don't think we're beyond that yet. Is there a possibility I know you said we can approve or deny, but couldn't they, if they wanted to go back based on comments, depending on how the comments go before we vote, couldn't we take a pause and see how it goes if it gets to that? Is that something that, we'll see how the hearing plays out, and if they'd be open to that. I just want to know down the line what our options are once we have the discussion, because obviously I haven't talked to any of my colleagues, so I don't know where it's going.
So I might leave the specific question for Ms. Ostringer, but I just, again, kind of want to put this in context of one of the reasons for the Permit Streamlining Act is because what happens is if the state didn't impose a deadline, then cities could essentially have projects be in the process forever, and they just never get approval. And so I think part of this is this particular project had 3 concept reviews, overall 5 reviews at SFDB, which is a pretty significant amount from a processing standpoint. So because, well, again, I just want to put the Permit Streamlining Act in context of like, we eventually need to get to a decision. And so but perhaps I
think you answered my
answer the other
question.
part of it, but I think the spirit of like we want to get to a resolution and a point where, again, an appeal can happen if there is an unhappy party within that.
Thank you.
All right, very good. And anybody from the committee want to comment? Ms. Chiricalos, we'll have a brief comment then, and then we're going to take a break, as all parties know, for their committee interviews. Ms. Claus.
Hi, Ms. Claus, representing Single Family. I just wanted to make a couple quick comments, then I'm here for any questions that you may have as you deliberate. So this project is over 85%, which is sort of, as Ms. Kakinda said, our sweet spot that we strive for. But there's nothing that keeps us as a board from allowing 100% FAR on a project either. So this is not, it's not excessive, it's not 100, it's not over 100, it's not 120 where it's triggering other requirements. It's definitely within the allowable FAR amount for this parcel. And given the fact that they were providing parking off-street, we thought that there was a benefit to the neighborhood in that regard. The solar access issues are really reviewed by staff. And as noted, there were really no implications of this project on solar access. But the bulk of the 2-story, a lot of it is really south-facing. So when you think about the orientation of this parcel and how much the neighbors on either side might be affected, it's for a limited percentage of hours per day. So that's something to keep in mind. What would be really helpful for us as a board is for you to consider the mitigation measures that the applicant attempted to make in terms of landscaping and screening as it relates to the balconies. I think it's an important conversation that we need to have as a community and probably part of our larger discussion that's going on right now. Do we think that providing, hedging and larger trees is adequate screening for a diminutive balcony? It's a good question. What happens if the tree dies? What happens if someone decides they don't want to maintain that landscape? Do we think that that screening needs to be done in some other more formal way? And then the other question that a project like this sort of begs in our mind is, well, there are 2-story homes in the neighborhood. There's clearly a precedent for it. Yeah, the majority of them are 1-story, but we can't tell somebody that they can't develop a 2nd-story home here. Our height requirements allow it. They're allowed to have a 2nd story in this zone, and they're within their FAR guidelines. So we try to weigh all of those factors and look at it and figure out whether this is packaged in a way that's acceptable to the neighborhood. In this case, we determined that it did, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. But those are just some of the things that we're considering and that we would really appreciate your comments on as you deliberate or make a determination today.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you for being here for this today. Unless there are direct questions, I'd like to move into take the break on the appeal issue and move into interviews because it was scheduled for 4 o'clock. So we'll do that so both parties can take a break and gear up for our presentation. And with that, I'm going to go to interviews. Start out with the Architectural Board of Review. Anyone here for that? All righty. Arts Advisory Committee. Building and Fire Code, oh. Yeah, come on up, please. If you would just give us your name and a few comments, that'd be fabulous.
Okay, my name is Chris Yost. I've previously served as Santa Barbara City's Poet Laureate. I would like to be a member of the Arts Advisory Board. I realize that this is a visual arts board, but I would like to be part of helping to make sure that our literary artists are part of that conversation of the visible arts in our community. That's my only comment today.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions for this applicant? Thank you. Thank you for hanging around and waiting for us to get to the application process. Anyone else for Arts Advisory Committee? Yes, sir. Your name, please.
Hi, my name's Nicholas Rageb. Yeah, I'm interested in serving on the Arts Advisory Committee. Just to say a few brief things, I guess. As the other speaker mentioned, I understand there's largely an emphasis on visual arts, understandably, for the committee. I've talked to members of the Office in Arts and Cultures and other people in the city about maybe an interest in broadening the expertise of the committee to other areas as well, since they also serve performance arts, literary and multimedia arts. My background is primarily in music and performance arts. I have a PhD in ethnomusicology. I have experience teaching and researching and publishing in academic research on music cultures. I perform and teach music. I had lived in Santa Barbara for many years and moved away. I lived abroad for the past few years, just came back recently, and have been interested in just contributing more to the city and trying to do more to give back to the city in terms of the activities and the arts here. So I was interested in contributing with that perspective in mind. Yeah, I guess that about sums it up.
All right, thank you very much. Any
Thank you.
questions for Mr. Rageb? Thank you very much for coming in and applying. And anyone else for Arts Advisory Committee? All right, Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals. Okay, Citizens Oversight Committee. Civil Service Commission. Community Development and Human Services Committee. All right. Community Events and Festivals Committee. County of Santa Barbara Library Advisory Committee.
Hello. Good to see some of you. I've had the privilege of meeting with you one-on-one. My name is Amber Caldwell, and
Amber, wait 1 minute, please. This is the County of Santa Barbara Library, not the Library Board?
I'm interested in both, actually.
Okay,
So
all
they
right.
told me to state
You can then
that.
do this as your co-application then?
Yeah, do you want me to come up twice, or?
No,
have
no,
this
not
be
at all.
both?
But you
Okay.
did put an application for the Library Board?
I did. I was under the impression I applied for both, and then.
Okay,
the-
excellent. So this will be
Yeah.
your combo.
Yeah,
Very
2 for
good.
1. Try to make it easy.
Please go ahead.
So I'm a resident of District 2. I'm an alumni of UCSB, and I am a longstanding fan of the library. I would love to serve on the library board, both the city and the county, for the specific purpose of supporting literacy in our community, as well as helping enhance the revamp of the library and the revamp of the downtown corridor. I've been able to meet with the Foundation, Library Foundation Executive Director, and learn about all of the plans for the library. I have a background in nonprofit leadership and development, so I feel like I can bring the leadership to the table with the board and different fundraising activities that the foundation is interested in doing, as well as the Friends of the Library. I feel like the library is in a really great position to enhance the downtown corridor, and the opening of the plaza is going to set the tone for what the downtown corridor turns into. I think it has the potential of being cultural epicenter of our city. And let's see, what else do you need to know about me? I have an academic background. I've worked in research and healthcare for about 15 plus years. I have a small business consulting with nonprofits in the healthcare space here in Santa Barbara. I think that's about it. Did you guys have any questions
All right, thank
for
you
me?
very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Caldwell? All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in.
Yep.
Okay, so Creeks Advisory Committee. Harbor Commission. There we go.
Be an expensive thermos to leave behind. My name is Conrad Metzenberg. I'm a 29-year resident of Santa Barbara. I live here with my wife and 2 children. I hold a BS in Marine Transportation with a minor in Marine Engineering and a master's in Transportation and Engineering Management that focuses on port management. I have over 2 decades of experience working in the maritime industry. My education, work experience, and familiarity with the operations of our harbor make me a prime candidate for this advisory seat. I also currently sit on the Transportation and Circulation Committee. Santa Barbara's harbor has turned from a seaport into almost exclusively a parking lot for the toys of the wealthy. A once vibrant and competitive waterfront has lost ground to its neighboring ports and driven out the middle class. What few commercial maritime operators remain are subsidized. In most cases, it is not economically viable for new entrants into the market. This has resulted from a legacy of unfair business practices that favor the very wealthy, most notably allowing the wait list for slip owners to be bypassed for a fee. This is not a port business model, but a storage yard business model. Mike has inherited a very hard situation to turn around. Santa Barbara should be doing everything in its power to keep the port economically competitive and thus vibrant and accessible for the entire community. Ports compete with ports. Santa Barbara is in direct competition with the Port of Ventura and Channel Islands. We are now also in niche competition with Monterey and various other West Coast ports for cruise ship ports of call. The goal of any port should be to increase tonnage, meaning having more people and goods coming through its breakwater. This increases revenue for the Port Authority and all stakeholders. Our port must do everything it can to increase business traffic to it and to create opportunity zones for business. We must adapt to change and new opportunities while still supporting profitable legacy industries. Cruise ships have generated $500,000 of net revenue annually, according to the Waterfront Department. Given the city's current financial situation, saying no is not realistic. The city needs to focus on combating disinformation regarding the environmental impact of these vessels. The council will doubtless have other candidates to choose for this position. Most of these will come from the local business people who have business interests in the harbor. Though their insight is valuable, they will not bring the level of vision, foresight, or port expertise to this position that I will.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Metzenberg? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else for Harbor Commission? For the Library Board? Anyone for the Living Wage Advisory Committee? Mosquito and Vector Management District Board? Ms. Jory?
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and esteemed council members. I'm Terry Jory, and I'm here to reapply for the Mosquito and Vector Management District. The Mosquito and Vector Management District is an independent special district providing effective and environmentally compatible management of human health pests, especially mosquitoes, to prevent their public nuisance and prevent outbreaks of vector-borne diseases. As you know, Santa Barbara was challenged for the first time with the presence of the Aedes aegypti mosquito, commonly known as the yellow fever mosquito, on the west side and Hope neighborhood, where mosquitoes of another species tested positive for West Nile virus in 2020. Our technicians set up traps, they canvassed the neighborhoods to conduct inspections, they passed out information as well as got rid of sources of standing water and got the situation under control. You also helped us educate the public by allowing us to present to City Council and posted information in your newsletter, which we truly appreciate. No yellow fever mosquitoes have been found in those areas since May 2021. While the situation seems to be under control, even with all the rain we've had, we encourage everybody to continue to help fight the bite. You have to remember the 3 Ds: dump, discard, and drain stagnant water from items of all kinds around your house and yard. As a trustee, we also conduct the district's business and investments. The district's budget for fiscal year ending 2024 is $1,470,500. Our current investments are $636,263. I thoroughly enjoy serving on the Mosquito and Vector Management District, from ensuring the health and welfare of the public to instituting the budget to working with staff and management. I would be honored to be reappointed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Jory? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Neighborhood Advisory Council. Rental Housing Mediation Board. Santa Barbara Youth Council.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of council. My name is Kavya Suresh. I'm a junior at San Marcos High School, and I would be honored to be reappointed for a second term on the Santa Barbara Youth Council. As Vice Chair of Youth Council currently, I have facilitated numerous activities such as the Youth Speak Out, where we centered civic engagement and actually had 2 Santa Barbara council members serve on the panel. And I've also helped participate in events such as Trunk or Treat and other community-led events to ensure that youth representation is included in all that our community participates in. To me, it's imperative that youth are centered in the work that the city does, considering that this is a land that we're going to inherit. These are the problems that we're going to inherit, and we're also going to have to start thinking of solutions for those problems. And it's really important that as Youth Council, we continue doing the work that we do to bridge the gap that exists between our government and the youth that belong in Santa Barbara. Additionally, I think it's important that I continue serving on the council, as I'm one of 2 representatives of San Marcos High School, which represents a really critical intersection of Goleta and Santa Barbara. I also bring a very valuable perspective of someone who's been raised in Santa Barbara for the past 17 years. My parents immigrated here and they moved to Santa Barbara in 2000, and they've experienced such drastic changes to this community, and they constantly share with me how things have changed and how things have evolved just in a matter of 20 years. So I think it's really important that we continue investing in our youth that have been raised here, investing in our youth that call this city their home. So thank you so much, and I invite you all to ask any questions in order to understand me better, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for this applicant? We don't. Nice job. Thank you very much.
Thank
Next
you.
applicant for the Youth Council.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Cruz. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a rising junior at Cate School. I would like to be reappointed to the Santa Barbara Youth Council for a variety of reasons. I have worked on the council for 3 years now and haven't been able to see much change in our community, which is the reason why I originally joined and the reason why I wish to continue to serve. I know that as a group, we have many speakers such as Mothers Demand Action who come to talk to us about pressing issues for teens not only in Santa Barbara but throughout the country. We all feel very passionate about these issues, but there are rare times where we follow up on them and push for a change. Another reason why I want to continue serving on the Youth Council is so that I can continue to grow as a leader. I have been able to grow my leadership skills during my time here, but I know that there's much more for me to learn and accomplish. These skills that I have gained here have allowed me to develop myself not only on the council, but at school and other professional settings as well. I hope that if my time on the Youth Council continues, I will be able to expand my skill set even further. Some of the skills that I believe will help me with my time on the Youth Council are my outgoingness, my organization, and my experience on working in the group. My outgoingness helps me be able to talk to all different kinds of people and hold conversations with them. Being outgoing also allows me to use my voice, my ideas, and allows me to use my voice and share my ideas and opinions, and if someone in the group is shy, I can help them voice their thoughts. I'm also very fortunate to be able to go to a school that has kids from all over the world and from all different backgrounds, which opens up my perspective of the world and allows me to think beyond my bubble. Similarly to what I previously said, I'm a first-generation American, and my parents have lived here for the past 16 years, and they moved here when I was born. I think my background and upbringing will allow me to bring a different perspective to the group. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Cruz? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Gwen Chenoweth, and I've served on the Youth Council for 2 years. I find the Youth Council to be extremely important because it is a way for youth of all different backgrounds to share their perspectives and keep an open mind when learning about current issues in Santa Barbara. Allow me to highlight a few reasons as to why I feel I should be a reappointed member. First, I have the ability to work well in a group setting. As a current sophomore at Santa Barbara High School, I am involved in multiple sports programs, including varsity indoor and beach volleyball teams, as well as the junior varsity soccer team. Second, I am responsible and organized. I serve on Santa Barbara High School's ASB, and I am a co-founder of the Mental Health Club at Santa Barbara High School, hold a leadership position in Direct Relief Club, and volunteer for Meals on Wheels. Third, I strive to make positive change. I am on time for every youth council meeting, share my ideas when organizing community events, and hands-on when it comes to staffing our events. One topic I find to be a timely issue in Santa Barbara is body image and social media. Social media can provide false expectations and encourage insecurities due to its ability to edit photos. I hope to limit these negative aspects of social media by advocating for body positivity and mental health. I hope to continue serving our community, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Chenoweth? All right, well done by our youth council applicants as public speakers. And with that, we'll go to the Single Family Design Review Board. Any applicants for that? I thought you were the Single Family Design Review Board.
I'm Leslie Colas, currently serving on the Single Design Review Board as chair, and I'm here to reapply for continued position on the board. It's been great serving, and while it's been a little bit of a tumultuous time with the loss of a lot of participants on the board, we've made it through, and I continue to enjoy being a part of it and trying to mediate and moderate the conversation that's going on about increased design and development here in town. Here for any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Jordan has a question.
No question. I just, I picked up the liaison this year for the board, and I know it's been a particularly tough year. And I also live at pretty much ground center on the Mesa where a lot of your work is going on. And I just want to tell you, I've so appreciated both your level of talent and the way you've managed the chair during what has been a lot of work, a lot of upheaval on the board, and changing times. So just wanted to pass that along. I've never met you in person, but I'll just take this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Kind words, very much appreciated.
Thank you. And are any other applicants for any other committees out there? I don't want to insult anybody. I don't see any more youth council applicants out there. So with that, we'll move back to the appeal. So we will move to the appellant's part. Once again, Mr. Chatillo, you have 20 minutes, which you may use now and/or reserve time for rebuttal at the end.
Should we wait for staff to get back?
We probably could. They're ambling in.
One of the members of the public has to leave at 5 and wanted to be able to speak. And I don't think
Is that member of the public part of your presentation?
No, he's not.
Okay. So you have a public comment? It's a public comment on the item which, right. So, Mr. Sherrill, Yeah, if you have to leave at 5, I'm just trying to make sure this is fair, Madam Attorney, if I allow for this, for Mr. Sherrill to speak as a public commenter, not as an advocate for the project, right? Or is it
Correct, I'm
just
assuming it's a public comment for the
Okay.
item, so we
But
don't know.
not part of
which-
the actual
He's not part of
appellant's-
either group, I don't think, are the, part of the,
So you're
either the
speaking
appellant
as a
or the
private
applicant
citizen,
group,
correct?
Right. I'm
Correct.
assuming that's correct.
Ms. Connect, I checked, he's not on the list of parties.
He is
Okay.
not on the list as part of, okay. So very good. We'll give you 3 minutes then at the podium, if you would. Would you do that, please, Madam Clerk? And then we'll move on with the appellant's presentation.
City Council, it's a pleasure to speak before you. The last time I spoke before the City Council was in 1999 when Harriet Miller was mayor. So I'm still here, and I'm glad to say that the City Council is alive and well. I'm here to speak on behalf of Anita Williamson. I am a 47-year resident of Santa Barbara, and I have been in the business of residential remodeling and repair for 3 decades. Ms. Williamson has been a client of mine. Not long ago, she called me and she said, can you come over and take a look at this project they're proposing to build next door to my house? And I said, sure. And I went over and I looked at the plans, and I was a bit taken aback because it seemed like it was pretty massive for the humble character of the neighborhood. And just imagine, if you would, what it would be like for you to have someone buy a house next door to you and propose a massive project like this with a risk to your view and also a risk to your privacy. There could be eyes in your backyard, eyes through your kitchen window, eyes in your master bedroom. And what would you think? What would you do in a situation like that? And that's where Anita Williamson is right now. She's a very sweet person, very humble, very unassuming. And this thing has turned her life upside down. And she really needs some help. She needs some help from us. And we're hoping that these plans can be submitted for reconsideration and reevaluation, because it's very traumatic for her at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we will close that part of public comment back down and return to the appeal process, which would be the appellant. And once again, you'll have 20 minutes total, any way you would choose to spend it, and it could be with multiple speakers, and it could also be reserved for some rebuttal at the end of the time. And let us know when you're ready to go, and we will start your time.
We're ready, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the Santa Barbara City Council. My name is Anita Williamson, and I live directly next door to the project on Laurel Canyon. I've lived in my home for over 20 years. I'm retired, I do volunteer work, and I care about my community. I value my neighborhood and neighbors, and I was welcoming to the Goodman family. We've had a good neighborly relationship. I was then very surprised to first hear about their project through public noticing. The first time I was able to see their plans was on the city's website only a few days before the initial SFDB hearing. I don't oppose a second-story concept that follows the guidelines. However, this project's height, mass, bulk, and volume would overwhelm and create privacy issues for my home and the homes of adjacent neighbors. The map that is on the screen now shows the 7 surrounding neighbors who previously submitted concerns during the process when it was in SFDB review. I wish the Goodmans the best, and I understand they are a growing family. Unfortunately, it seems the Goodmans and I have a vastly different recollection of our communications on this project. I'd like to emphasize that I am not opposed to a second story. However, I strongly feel that this specific design is not in alignment with the single-family residence design guidelines nor the Good Neighbor guidelines, and that it should not move forward as approved. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration today.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. Mr. Mayor, Mark Shatillo, representing Ms. Williamson, we and the appellant here, we brought this because the concerns are rooted in the Single Family Design Board, the design guidelines, and the Good Neighbor guidelines, and their role in preserving neighborhood character. As you've heard, the Single Family Design Board does need direction. They're asking for direction. We're hoping that this hearing and your direction could help set the standards for how the guidelines are supposed to be implemented with regard to this specific issue of setbacks for the second-story buildings. This clear guidance will help avoid appeals in the future, and if it does wind up going to the Planning Commission, give them additional direction that will help applicants as well as decision makers. As Ms. Williamson said, we're not opposing it every single second story on the lot. We're actually not deeply concerned about the height. I know that's been a big part of the presentation by staff, and I think we'll hear that from the applicant. But our concern is with respect to the mass and bulk of the project as it is adjacent to Ms. Williamson's house, and it is not based on any animus. And we regret having to file this appeal, but that's what's necessary in order to ensure that we have a good balance and that this process actually works. We are solutions focused. We have some ideas what we think would be helpful and could be effective, but this analysis has been constrained by the absence of story polls and the absence of a complete survey. As you know, your council needs to make findings for approval or with respect to any action that it takes. And these are based in the Neighborhood Preservation Ordinance. These are the critical ones that we've identified are, we think, not available to be made as the project has been proposed. One, compatibility, that the project is compatible with the neighborhood, and specifically its size, bulk, and scale are appropriate to the site and to the neighborhood. And then that the project generally complies with the Good Neighbor guidelines with respect to privacy. There's a central issue associated with the role of the findings and the evidence and analytical gap between the raw evidence and the ultimate decision. Your council is required to exercise its independent judgment, which means you are not to defer to the decision below. You are to exercise your judgment based on the record of proceeding that's before you. We have an issue with respect to the record of proceedings that are before you because the code requires the Community Development Department to prepare that record of proceedings and to make it available, well, to prepare it. What happens to it is a question, and I think I can safely say that you folks have not seen the record of proceedings that was prepared for this hearing. And you should, because that's all the evidence that you're supposed to base your decision on. It's not our obligation, not the appellant's burden, to prepare the record of proceedings. If it is, the guidelines need to specify that. It's unfair to hold a hearing and not, for the decision makers, not to have the information that you're supposed to base your decision on. It does not make for a fair hearing, and it renders a denial of due process rights if that information is not universally available. And there's a second procedural issue that I've observed just today is that the public comment is not posted. It's not available for the public to be able to see what other members of the public have said. That's common in administrative hearings. And the staff's materials, including the PowerPoint that you've seen, was not available for anybody to be able, for the public, appellant or applicant, to be able to review ahead of time. This was all a surprise. So it's important for transparency, for fair hearings, and for due process that the record be clear what's in the record, and that you folks have a chance to review that, and that the public does as well. And the absence of those proceedings, of those procedural requirements, have really compromised our ability to, I think, your ability to make a fair judgment on, exercise that independent judgment with respect to this item. Moving on, the primary basis of our objections to the design of the second story are based on these single-family resident design guidelines. And for two-story homes, it's more important, these compatibility guidelines are more important for two-story homes because of the impacts on adjacent, on the neighborhood and adjacent homes, and most specifically, there should have an appropriate volume, bulk, and mass. The single-family design guidelines have some specific directions with respect to the second story. Avoiding solar access, by placing the bulk of the second story towards the center of the structure. And they give an example of that in the guidelines, in that you don't want to have this kind of a structure. And unfortunately, that is what we have here, is a very rectangular structure. It's inset a little bit on this side, on the west side, but on the east side, where Ms. Williamson's home is just on the other side of that line, this is a continuous 22 foot, well, the height to the top there is 22 feet 9 inches, and that's one of the primary concerns. That creates an overwhelming and crowding effect over the adjacent home. It creates a vertical canyon, and it misses the requirement that the guidelines urge to set back the taller portions of the structure away from the lot line, like this example right here. Here is a simulation that we prepared, a visual simulation, and provided to the Single Family Design Board that shows, that was prepared by Ken Dowd, who will be speaking in just a moment, and it shows how the design, there's Ms. Williamson's house, and here's the proposed structure, and how that design would loom over, crowd, and overwhelm the adjacent property, would create this vertical canyon effect. And the applicant should set back the upper story. I think that there needs to be a setback, and we do provide an example of that. The elevation, the view from the east, from Ms. Williams' house, as those of you that came and saw it yesterday, it will be of the side of this building, a 22 foot 9 inch apparent height. This part's the roof, but this wall is just a continuous flat wall. This is the part that we believe needs to be set back. Now, we've introduced 2 new images that were not before the Single Family Design Board. This is one of them. This is the plan set. We offer this as an example of what we think would be appropriate. And there is that setback of that, of that section there. That's, and the elimination of the decks. These are the decks that do project on the back side of the property. The Good Neighbors Guidelines do state, and staff did not, they chose not to identify this as being something that the guidelines provide for, but they say that upper story balconies or decks facing the street are usually preferable to upper story balconies or decks facing a yard area adjacent to a neighbor. So, and there's the picture that shows exactly our situation where you've got that. To avoid that, they should be avoided, cited to avoid direct sight lines. We retained Ken Dowd, a noted expert who's been retained by the city and other land use agencies to prepare a visual simulation and analysis of the impacts associated with that. And I'd like to ask Mr. Dowd to make just some quick comments about his presentation and about what he did and what's the significance of what's here.
Good afternoon. My job was to clarify all the data that is being reviewed by the applicant, or I mean by the appellant, and just to make it clear. So as you can see, this view from the deck is looking right into her master bedroom window, and this lower shaded gray area is the field of view that we're using to make that simulation. This is a general view of her house and the proposed construction. It just makes it clear Otherwise, you're looking at all these plans, elevations, and plan drawings, and you're not always sure what's actually happening. This is a ray trace study. What it does is it takes a red light source and puts it where a person would be standing on the balcony and illuminates what they would see. The decreasing illumination just stands for the distance from the point of view. And we have a couple of, 2 decks, so these are 2 views from 2 decks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And this image, just for the record, this was not an image that was presented to the Single Family Design Board, but Mr. Dowd's, the rest of his study was submitted to the board and with our appeal. So that's been in the record since March, since February. So in conclusion on the privacy issues, Chair Kloss asked that there be direction with respect to the use of vegetative screening. In the county, at the Board of Architectural Reviews, they do not credit vegetation to screen. And indeed, the guidelines do offer the use of privacy walls on the sides of decks in order to provide structural solutions that ensure privacy. We've suggested that that would be appropriate here, although our preference is to remove the decks altogether because they should be, as the guidelines say, located in the front of the property. So with that, I'm going to move to one other issue and then reserve my remaining time, and that is the 2 calculations of the FAR. There was no survey provided by the applicant until the very last hearing at the request of the Single Family Design Board. And when that came forward, it showed the true lot size as being 60 feet wide and 110 feet long, or 6,600 square feet. The lot size is 6,600 square feet. Unfortunately, the city used 4 different numbers for the lot size, and that of course affects the Florida area ratio because the size of the lot, if it's smaller, then the Florida area ratio is going to be a higher number. Well, there's no explanation for what these for these discrepancies. I've cited the zoning ordinance that shows that the area that's shown here on the parcel map on the survey is the lot area. I also pulled out the subdivision map, which showed 60 by 110. That's the size of this lot. So that's one issue. The lot size has been miscalculated and overstated. The second issue concerns the covered patio. Now, this image was not, it's part of the plan set. We used a rose tint on the covered patio just for your council to be able to see it in the context of this plan. This image was not shown, the red part, to the Single Family Design Board, but the overall image was. The code provides very specifically how you measure floor area, and Councilmember Friedman nailed this issue. It says that a carport is part of an unenclosed structure, and you measure that. That's included. The Single Family Design Board has no discretion to say we're going to ignore the carport or it's somehow less important for measuring FAR. The code controls. The code doesn't only say carports, but it says any unenclosed structure, and up here it says the net floor area as defined is all floors of a structure measured from either the interior perimeter or below the roof line or this interior wall. So below the roof line, this area is all under the roof. And to be included is, number 4, unenclosed structures. The net floor area of a structure with no walls or partial walls, which is the case here. There's 2.5 of the sides of the structure have walls on them, such as a carport, includes all space below the roof line. So this 345 square feet should be included as part of the project size. So the project size is bigger, the lot size is smaller, and as a result, this exceeds the maximum FAR of 2,800 square feet, 2,850 square feet. The code is clear. No building permit may issue for a project where the floor area will exceed the maximum allowable floor area for the lot. So unless modifications, variances, other land use dispensations are approved, no building permit. So this is really outside of the Single Family Design Board appeal, but I think it's germane to your council's consideration of this project to ensure that the integrity of this review process is such that you will get it right. We want to get it right for the Single Family Design Board. We had one issue with respect to, I'm going to skip through a couple things here to the end. There are options and remedies available, and I would take some issue with council's interpretation of the Permit Streamlining Act. Once the deadline has been met, the February 27th deadline was met. Now, on appeal, the Permit Streamlining Act does not apply. Your council does have the discretion, in my view, to send this back to the Single Family Design Board. You could deny the project just based on the incompatibility. That's our request. However, we're solution-oriented. We think that you could, this is a conceptual model of what could be approved. Set back that upper story. That's what the guidelines provide for. And direct the Single Family Design Board to make a final approval based on that conceptual approval from your council. That would provide a solution. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to reserve my remaining time. Thank you.
Mr. Chiloya, you have 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
And I will entertain questions now, or if you prefer.
We'll go ahead and do the applicant's presentation now, and then we'll have staff do their wrap-up, and then we'll go into questions.
Thank you.
Let us know when you're ready to go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is John Goodman, and I am my wife and I are the applicant in this issue for this project. And before I start, I did want to address one of Councilmember Jordan's earlier comments, which is, as the project applicant here, looking at an appeal, what we're doing is effectively responding to what the appellant is claiming. And we didn't receive the appellant's comment letter until Wednesday of this week. I tried my damnedest to get it out by Friday at 5. I think it was 5:15 when I sent it to the clerk. But I'm not a land use attorney. We've got a couple of kids. I'm not used to doing this, so it takes a lot more than I would have expected, but I apologize that it wasn't provided to you sooner. On that note, I'm not used to doing this, so I am, in fact, going to just be reading some prepared comments as opposed to having anything memorized. If you'd have told me a year ago that I'd be standing here addressing the City Council about our homes remodel, that I'd need to write a 29-page comment letter to debase the frustrating claims made by the appellant, that we would have had to spend 2+ years worth of preschool tuition on lawyers, I wouldn't have believed it. But here we are, and while I respect the need for the process, it's been an unyieldingly tiring one, so I'm going to try to keep this as brief as possible. I say try because the list of holes to poke in the appellant's claims is anything but brief. But I suppose that's what's necessary when your bases for appeal are unsupportable by evidence, real evidence. What do we hear about today? Well, apart from 3 claims which are at best inaccurate, the appellant's arguments all boil down to a difference of opinion with the SFDB over how the city interprets its own guidelines. The first inaccurate claim is that we're infringing on the appellant's privacy, specifically from the primary bedroom's balcony. The balcony is half recessed into the structure. I'm not sure if you can see it where it's blue there. Facing southwest towards the city and the ocean, and it's just big enough to allow for 2 Adirondacks if they're placed on an angle. I can assure you that angle is not going to be to the northeast towards the appellant's house. There's nothing we'd want to see in that direction. As it currently stands, if we were to specifically try, and I mean stand and peer either around the corner of the recess or go out to the corner of the balcony and get up on our tippy toes and look directly at the appellant's property, then this is what we'd see. And that looks pretty egregious, but that's what the appellant wants you to see. what we would actually see as it stands today is this. With the current vegetation, we're talking the top 10 to 20% of her French doors. That means we'd potentially see the top of her head unless she's standing on furniture. The same is true for any part of her backyard, except for the fact that there are gaping holes in her hedge, holes which she's made no effort to fill for the entire time that we've lived here, about 22 months. That's because, in our opinion, she's only worried about her privacy as it pertains to being a viable argument for this appeal. If that weren't the case, she'd have installed at least one additional hedge plant at least some point over the last 2 years. Just one would prevent the direct line of sight from our existing back patio to her bedroom window. But perhaps she likes looking into our backyard. I don't otherwise understand the interest in leaving that gaping hole. But that's not all. Her hedge is planted 2 feet below ground level. So it's effectively a 4-foot hedge. All it would take for us to not see the top of her head from this balcony would be replacing the hedge with one that affords a standard 6 feet of privacy. Do me a favor and picture for a moment a standard fence between 2 homes. Then picture that you chop off the top 2 feet of that fence and then also remove 2 to 3 foot sections of slats every 2 or 3 feet, and then complain about privacy. That is effectively what's going on here. And I've been told that it's apparently in bad taste to openly reference a settlement discussion, but I'm not a lawyer, and when the circumstances of those discussions speak to the very same disregard of the good neighbor guidelines that the appellant's accusing us of, I feel that it's important to include to provide counsel with the most context possible. And I want to be clear, I'm not including this as some snarky tit for tat. I'm including it because it speaks to the fact that the appellant isn't really all that worried about her privacy. It highlights that the willingness to work towards resolution has been entirely one-sided. And I want it known that we didn't have to be here today, which, in our opinion, highlights that anything apart from a complete redesign is not going to be acceptable by the appellant. So whether or not there's another 90-day continuance, I don't think it's really going to change her mind. Mr. Chaitillo approached our attorney with an offer not to file this appeal if we were to build a permanent structure on the east side of our balcony to screen any view. Because A, even though it would be on the appellant's, or in the appellant's favor, it'd be a modification to our plans, which would technically allow her to appeal our consent approval from SFDB, and I'm almost certain she would. And B, I'm certain that every SFDB member would agree that when I say that it would look terrible, you don't see a lot of screening on one side of a balcony. You might on a deck, but this is a balcony that's centered on the property, or on the structure. But we countered with something that accomplished the same exact goal, replacing her hedge entirely at our cost, roughly $20,000, with one that would be 6 to 8 feet tall from the ground level, and one that was planted with appropriate spacing. We also proposed installing a temporary screen on our balcony until the hedge could be confirmed as doing its job. We're not trying to look into the appellant's backyard. We're not trying to look in that direction at all, but I understand her concern. It's just there are better solutions than the one that she's put our family through. Our counteroffer elicited no request for clarification, no counter back or proposal of different terms, no answer at all, in fact, save for the filing of this appeal. We did get more information a week later when Mr. Chaitillo spoke with our attorney and described our offer as disingenuous and distasteful, which I can't for the life of me see how you could frame it that way. In our opinion, this begs the question of whether there was ever actually any real motivation to come to an agreement, or whether at this point they're just spinning our wheels for the sake of increasing our costs and our frustration. Speaking of hedges, that's a nice transition for taking a look at our project's purportedly looming, bulky, eastern elevation, one that's apparently overwhelming the appellant's home. Mr. Chaitillo references the tall, flat, largely uninterrupted surface of this wall, but what he fails to mention, and what you saw firsthand at the site visit yesterday, is that A, the the appellant's ground level is 6 feet taller than ours, and B, half of this wall isn't even going to be visible from the appellant's property because there are hedges on both sides of our property line. The hedge is more than 10 feet tall on our side. That's the ground level where the appellant's house is based. That's what the hedge looks like from the appellant's property. The hedge is more than 10 feet tall on our side, but like the appellant's rather tenuous hedge mentioned above, this one too is planted way below ground level on her side, making it appear even lower, 2 feet lower than the one that is in the backyard. If the appellant directed her gardeners to stop topping both of our hedges, it wouldn't take long for her to see less than a quarter of our entire eastern wall. Our project isn't exactly lacking for details, so why, you might ask yourself, could this wall be described as a large expanse? We originally would have loved to have broken it up with some windows, but there aren't any windows on this wall because we're trying to factor for her privacy. After we seriously changed our plans, you saw the original, which had a structure above the garage and a second-story structure at the back of the property. After we seriously changed those plans, which was in reaction to the one meeting we've been able to have with the appellant that she's been willing to take, and the input from the SFDB, those plans seriously changed, and we positioned a bathroom on that side of the room so that making no windows on that wall would be viable. I suppose we could add some windows if she'd like that broken up, but I think that speaks against the privacy that she's seeking to get, apparently. I'd also like to put a little context on this alleged overwhelming mass. While we're talking about looming or the canyon effect, let's take a look at the current situation between the two properties. The appellant's ground level, as mentioned, is 6 feet taller than our ground level. The highest point of the appellant's house, the ridge line, is 12 feet tall. That's 18 feet of mass that has loomed above our house for the last 70 years. That's 4 feet and 4 inches taller than our home's existing 13-foot, 4-inch ridge line, and it's a mere 9 feet away, right up to the setback, the same as she claims. Now let's look at what the SFDB approved for our project. The highest point of our primary bedroom, the ridge line, is 22 feet 9 inches. Less the 6-foot difference in ground levels, less the 12-foot height of the appellant's house. And that'd make our bedroom 4 foot 9 inches taller than the appellant's property. 4 foot 4 compared to 4 foot 9. I'm not sure what would technically constitute a structure overwhelming one that's adjacent, but I'm pretty sure the 5 inches isn't it. One of the main bases for this appeal is that our project exceeds FAR when it was specifically designed to stay within those bounds and was determined to have succeeded in doing so by both the SFDB and city staff. We shared the appellant's claims with our architect, and he simply didn't understand. He, like all the other residential architects that work in this town, along with anyone who's working on or trying to accomplish a project, they all stick within the constraints that the city's provided. For the same guidelines that have been used for 16 years and on at least this specific issue about covered patios for decades prior. So his confusion is understandable. We've been playing this game by the rules since before our application was filed. Over 6 months and 4 SFDB meetings, we made numerous changes to the project in response to the appellant's concerns and the board's recommendations. But because the outcome wasn't to the appellant's liking, that is, entirely serving of her own interest, she's now seeking to change those rules after the fact. To that end, you have effectively just been told by Mr. Chaitillo that the way the city staff and SFDB interprets the city's own guidelines is incorrect, that he and Ms. Williamson know the correct way to attribute square footage to FAR calculations. And apparently the city's been getting it wrong on covered patio for decades. Confusing, yes, but surprising, no, at least not to us. Since the second SFDB meeting, we've been dealing with the appellant's proclivity for presenting claims based entirely on their own opinions, claims that tend to be false or inaccurate, supported by false or inaccurate evidence, I'd find this now predictable pattern laughable if it didn't require me having to continually put in hours and hours to prepare material to make sure the audience isn't being swayed by this kind of micro-municipal version of fake news. Fortunately, the SFDB saw through this and ignored what wasn't material. But true to form, apparently the next step in the appellant's strategy has been to refuse to accept the outcome and decry the system as flawed, hence this appeal. Here's what I can say about our project's FAR. It was originally 87%. It went to 92% based on reaction to the appellant's concerns and the SFDB's recommendations to consolidate the central mass. We didn't add footage to rooms. In fact, there's not a single grand room in any of this addition. It is as efficient as it possibly can be to meet our goals for our growing family. That difference between 87 and 92% was because to consolidate those two second-story masses, we had to install an interior staircase, and we had to create enough path of travel to access that staircase. That's the difference between 87 and 92. There is no additional footage that was added for our own personal use. Those FAR calculations do not include our covered patio, nor should they. The space is not enclosed by exterior walls. It's not conditioned space. It's open to the elements and therefore doesn't fit the definition of attributable square footage. Those FAR calculations, however, do include an unattached open carport that was discussed by city staff. And again, that carport, while I don't have an image of it here because I wasn't expecting to need it, it appears more like a trellis or pergola. It is not attached to our house whatsoever. And we included it because we wanted to bring it into conformity. That's the sole reason for that. If we got rid of that 7% that it adds to our FAR, we would be back at that 85. And I think that's why SFDB was able to consider the 92% acceptable. But apart from questioning the city's interpretation of its own guidelines, there's something else that needs to be pointed out about the appellant's own FAR calculations. Something that's occurred with dismaying regularity throughout this whole process. The appellant presented you with factually inaccurate information. The square footage of the covered patio is not 345 square feet, it's 297 square feet. And is 48 square feet a big deal? Not necessarily in this context, considering that the assertion's incorrect to begin with, that a covered patio should be included. But it's that kind of repeated disregard for presenting the facts that drives me crazy as the person who has to argue against them. Does it matter to Mr. Chaitillo if he gets something wrong? Not really. And isn't it funny how the inaccuracies have seemed to trend in that direction? But for my family, who've had to spend more in legal costs than we ever could have expected, certainly more than we ever would have budgeted, considering we didn't know that we would need a lawyer to remodel our house. Our family whose project has been delayed by at least 4 months, and those are months that really count to us because we're sleep training our daughter in our own bedroom, and we certainly can't put her in our toddler's room, and we can't afford to rent a 3-bedroom house until this house is actually under construction. So this is the situation we're here with, and I'm sorry if I'm a little jittery, but it's because I'm over-caffeinated as a lack of sleep. While we're talking about inaccuracies, let's dive into what I think has been their most egregious, but deciding which is worst is a tough one. There's also a claim that we disregarded the Good Neighbor Guidelines, which was a knowingly false attack on our reputation. But no, the one that really sticks in my craw is the visual analysis that the appellant commissioned. Why? Because it was used to marshal negative and unexpected public comments from our neighbors, and further, almost certainly direct them not to engage with us when we tried to reach out in response. And that affects relationships with people that we'll see daily for decades to come. It irks me because despite the fact that I discredited the analysis on multiple central levels at the 4th SFDB meeting, with no rebuttal whatsoever from Mr. Dowd, who prepared it, Ms. Williamson keeps using it, keeps presenting it as evidence to the neighbors and to you here at this appeal. And because there are so many things so unabashedly wrong with it, that the appellant was either completely taken advantage of and doesn't care because it fits her preferred narrative, or the preparer was specifically directed to mislead and to make it look as bad as possible. I don't like either of those options, but the fact remains that one of them, after I show you, has to be true. And that's completely unsettling. I'll spare you the specifics, and I'm running out of time here. But let's talk about the perspective line of the roof lines. There's the perspective. The yellow dot is the vanishing point for 3210. The purple dot would be the vanishing point for 3202. And based on this simulation, here's the vanishing point for our house. When you change the perspective like that, you're going to add height and bulk and mass. And it should also be noted that when you have it as just white against all of this color, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. And then moreover, this is a really key one as well. The dimensions are wrong. They literally have the house going from 6 inches inside the eastern hedge to the western hedge line. And not only are the dimensions wrong, but they have it floating above the property by as much as 5 feet. If you correct for that, this is more or less what this simulation looks like. And I'm frustrated I'm almost out of time because this is the simulation that this appeal is primarily based on. This is where all the negative comments have come from. And I assume that this is where she gets the opinion that our size, bulk, and scale is not compatible.
All right, thank you. You are out of time. Now, the appellant has 2 minutes and 40 seconds reserved to rebut, or you can wait for staff's presentation because they're going to go ahead and do their wrap-up to address certain things. Do you want to use some of your time now, Mr. Chitillo?
Mayor Rouse, we'll wait until after staff and if there's any other public comment.
All right, very good. Would you set it to 10 for staff, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of points. There are many things that were brought up, but I do want to respond to the floor area calculation. And this project went through multiple reviews by staff. It is confirmed that I feel very confident in our calculations. And I can also say that the patio cover that's been brought up at the rear is not included in the floor area calculation. So it's written in the code. It's defined how we measure floor area. And as we mentioned, on this slide right here, included in floor area, garages, carports. So even though the carport isn't enclosed, it is by definition within our code. It's included in the floor area calculation. But in that same section, 30.15.070, it does identify a number of items that are excluded from floor area, and we've highlighted them, we've cited them here, and patio covers is one of them. Again, it's not enclosed space, it's not considered part of the floor area. That's part one. I also want to address the point about landscaping and privacy, and within our code we identify screening, and the way that design review boards address privacy is often through landscaping, and a lot of the findings that can be made are addressed through the screening and privacy the good neighbor policies can be addressed through landscaping. So I think that's something that is a really critical point for design review boards, specifically the SFDB, to be able to encourage or condition projects to add landscaping to address privacy concerns. And oftentimes it's a very natural solution, and quite frankly a cost-effective solution oftentimes. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to alter your development to appease certain neighbors. And I want to point out that whenever projects such as this go through SFDB review. Many of them, when it is a large construction or a new home, have approved landscape plans. So the Single Family Design Board is approving landscaping on site, and that it's considered in violation if you are not upkeeping with that approved landscape plan. So let's say a hedge dies and this project that was supposed to provide screening, if that hedge is no longer there, it's been cut back, but you have an approved landscape plan on file at the city saying that this was a condition, this is what was approved, then your neighbor could file a complaint, and that would be expected to restore that to that state again, to be able to create the identified solution as it was approved in a design review. So we have approved landscape plans. We have this tool. SFDB and other design review bodies use this tool as a privacy provider, and it's there to, again, the idea is that it's expected to be maintained over time.
Ms. Ostringer.
Yes, Mayor Rouse, council members, I just wanted to address the issue of the record that Mr. Chatillo raised in his presentation in suggesting that the record was insufficient. The council has been provided with all of the minutes, the guidelines, the videos of all the hearings are available online if council had wanted to view them. We're not required to provide you with transcripts of every hearing. So I do feel strongly that the appellant and applicant's due process rights have been protected at this hearing.
All right, very good. So here's the way we'll wrap this up. Mr. Chatillo, I don't know why I can't say your name tonight. You have your 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to make your points. At that point in time, we will open up for questions to staff from council. And after that, we'll do public comment and then follow that with deliberations. Mr. Chatillo. 2:40, please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to get that right.
Don't
Thank
call
you,
me.
Yeah.
Call me anything.
Thank you, Randy. We stand by all our facts. The personal attacks are inappropriate. I'm not going to respond to them. I'm not going to dignify them with a response. We obviously have an alternative reality, but we had a visual expert prepare our renderings of the property, and that we stand by those. The perspective and the photos, they were kind of their fantasy. They certainly were never presented before the Single Family Design Board, so they're not appropriate as part of this record, and they were kind of made up. The 345 square feet was from the plans. That's what we relied on, and it took a long time for the Single Family Design Board to find them. Secondly, good neighbor guidelines. They say you're supposed to confer with your neighbors before you complete your plans. Instead, they waited until the project was done and they submitted and ready for a hearing before they actually informed the neighbors that they were going to do this. So if they wanted to include the concerns of the neighbors, the guidelines make it clear. You do that beforehand. And that's what, that was really, I think, the cardinal sin, the original sin for this whole thing. Staff has clarified on this patio cover issue. They're claiming that this is a patio cover. That is a completely, I'm glad to at least understand what that is, and I guess that's up for your council to determine whether under the, I don't know if I can get to the section, here it is, that these are unenclosed, that this unenclosed structure, and I don't have the patio cover, but the patio cover is a light, we know what a patio cover is. You have a patio, it's a lightweight aluminum thing. It's not an area where people hang out. This particular structure is, this is a covered patio, which is integral to the whole house. And it says in the definition, it's on the staff's, but it references an area that is used for habitation or for people's occupants, no, that's not quite the right word, or the storage of property. So it's a broad definition. I don't think staff can redefine what is a patio cover. Thirdly, there is no landscape plan. There's a tree plan, but they clearly do not have a landscape plan. And finally, Permit Streamlining Act, Section 65922A, B says that the deadlines are suspended when there is an administrative appeal within a state or local agency. So no deadlines. There's ample evidence that we could get this right, and we ask that you do that, give the direction to other applicants in the future and to your single-family design board.
Very good. All right,
Appreciate
at this
your-
point in time, I'll open it up to council to ask questions of staff. Is your button not working? There we go. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Staff, if it comes from Mr. Stills' presentation, I want to understand the FAR that he's presenting where it says the lot is 60 by 110, and so he's claiming that it's under. So how are we calculating the FAR? Or what are we basing it on? Because one of his slides showed that there was multiple different FARs, and he's claiming it's 6,600 square feet, which then changes the calculations.
Do you want to go for it?
Mayor Rouse, through you to Councilmember Friedman. The lot square footage is based on the city's GIS mapping, which for this parcel is 6,892 square feet net. And so we use that calculation in the FAR analysis.
And if I may add to that, so you start with the lot area calculation, and we have a calculator, we have an FAR calculator, and it's very much, you follow the simple prompts, you enter the lot area information, then you enter your proposed total square footage, the net. So for this particular project, it's 2,679 square feet is proposed. And then there's the way that our design guidelines work is that there's a specific calculation that's identified. And so it's the calculator actually creates this portion and identifies what is the square footage if you're proposing 85%, what is it for 100%. If you go over 100% FAR, that means that you trigger a modification, other things, but the SFDB can, without any other specific discretionary review, can approve anything up to 100% FAR. And this particular calculation, you'll see that if you just look at the calculator, it says 85% is 2,501 square feet. We identified that single car carport because per our definition, carports, garages are included in the floor area. And so the argument that was brought to the February 27th hearing is if you just subtract that, it would get you down to 2,479. You can still see that that also is 85%. So there's a range of what will calculate to be 85%. So it's not just one number. So you can kind of look at the numbers, it's not going to match up 100% in terms of, like you might have plus or minus some square feet, but that still might be 85%. And then what's the square footage where it goes up to 86% might be a little, it's just there's a range. And all of this is within our design guidelines and what, in terms of the lot size and then the proposed FAR. So it's we try to make this as simple as possible for applicants, and that's why we have our FAR calculator, and it's required on every single plan set, and it's what the Single Family Design Board uses. Again, it's kind of their a way to communicate, is this going to be, like what scale of project am I looking at for the proposed lot, or for the lot size?
Thank you. I think that's my last question. Can you just go over the porch, I guess, again, because is it included in the FAR? Is it not? I just want to understand that based on the definitions of what can be excluded, because it does seem that it is integral to the design of the house, and it would be something where it would be usable space, not necessarily habitable, but usable, where people would be using it quite frequently.
Right. So, thank you, Councilmember Friedman. So if we were to pull up our municipal code and go to the section 30.15.070, it identifies what is included in floor area and how do we, it's part of the rules of measuring floor area. And so Mr. Chichillo pointed out that carports are included in floor area, but there's a section below and it identifies things that are excluded from floor area. So what's a little confusing is that you see here in the items that are excluded from floor area, patio covers are part of that. And then it says other similar unenclosed structures not used for the shelter, housing, or enclosure of persons, animals, properties. If you look at the floor plans and the patio cover, it's open air. So yes, it's kind of U-shaped, but you're not, no one's living in there. No, it's open air. So that is considered a patio cover in our mind, and that's how we feel it meets that's why it's staff's position that it's excluded from the floor area, because it is a cover. It is not used for sleeping or housing of animals. It's not conditioned in any way. And so it's considered a patio cover. Again, and if you go further up, that's where it identifies the carports and garages and other as being included in the floor area.
All right. Thank you for the clarifications.
Any other questions for staff? All right, very good. With that, then we'll go to public comment. I have speaker slip, Fred Sweeney. Anybody online, Madam Clerk? And yeah, set me for 3 minutes, please.
Okay. You ready? Mr. Mayor, Council, boy, you're here at it again. I've spent a little bit of time watching a couple of the previous appeals, and so I'm continuing very interested and concerned about how these appeals are coming to you now from the Single Family Design Board. Before I get into my presentation, yes, Leslie Collis has done an excellent job. I would encourage you to reappoint her. Thank you. The issue is, of course, with all of this, the appeal is really centering around views and compatibility. And as we all know, compatibility is a very subjective verb. And so that's an issue that as you do your debate, you need to look at carefully and also consider the discussion that the single-family design members had during their debates. And I know that doesn't arrive on the minutes. You have to look at the video, but I think that's very important for your consideration. One of the things that's continuing to happen with these terraced lots that we see all over the city, particularly over in the Mesa, where after post-war II, a lot of the neighborhoods were terraced. They were built as tracts. They were built as single-family homes by individuals. And in this case, on this dead-end street that this appellant is dealing with, you have that same condition. And now you have what I would call architecturification of a neighborhood. It's like gentrification, right? The neighborhood is changing. You've got maybe one or two-story homes, one just a few houses down that was probably modified a few years ago with a little second story, et cetera. You're going to start to see more of these, and that precipitates these issues of appeals because it changes the way the neighborhoods start to look. It's important to deal with, as I've shared with you before, that mass, scale, and size are different things. In this case, the scale is to the human person. And briefly looking at the drawings, scale is just fine. The architecture is fine, done by a very competent architect, one of which I helped train, and one of which has been working here for years doing wonderful work. It's the mass issue and the size. You know, in the real estate industry and finance industry, sometimes they will tell you you don't want to overbuild for the neighborhood. Perhaps maybe that's what we're facing here with maybe the first one out of the slot in this new era of additions, that we're building a larger home than you see in the rest of the rest of the neighborhood. And forget the FAR. One of the things I should bring up to you, I'm sorry, is the building. There's a difference between the building code and the municipal code, and this is one of these areas that's a little dicey, and I hope they look at it. The definition of a covered patio in the building code is different than in the municipal code that's been pointed out by staff. I think that needs some work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sweeney. We have a speaker online, I believe. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one raised hand from Eric Weschler for this item. So Eric Weschler, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Eric Wexler. I live at 3216 Laurel Canyon, 2 houses up. You know, I live in a house that's only 976 square feet, but it really feels right for the lot. The applicant proposes expanding their property to about almost, or if exactly, 3 times the size of my property. It just seems way too massive. I know what the last speaker just said. It's all kind of subjective. What's too much? What's too little? The design board asked at one point the applicants to provide a FAR study of the 10 properties closest to it. And I just saw the chart about an hour or so ago that it was on the screen. And the property directly across the street, 3205. It's a house about the size of the 3208, but it's on a ½ acre. That was not on that chart that they presented. So I am sure if the FAR of that property was greater than 85 or 92 or 100, it would have been included, but it's way below, like mine is way below. So why was that not put into the study? It's the house directly across the street. Never mind that there's no houses on Lucinda Lane that was required to provide the FAR for, and they're the ones that are going to be affected by this as well. You know, I really am frustrated because there's a lot of confusing drawings, and like, just as a layman, I don't know, I can't really tell from drawings and architectural charts and all that, but I and several others have asked repeatedly for story poles. And I had a meeting with the applicant for 45 minutes in my house. And I thought it was a very logical meeting. I would try to be logical. And I said, I'm just so frustrated because I don't get these drawings. Why aren't there story poles? Where I come from, they have to have story poles. And he said, well, they weren't required. I said, but it would just clear it up if I could just see it. I don't know if something is 92 or 85 or 100. Just show me, and it would completely alleviate my concerns if indeed story poles showed me, oh, this is nothing to worry about.
Okay.
It's a beautiful neighborhood.
End of time.
I don't deny anyone the chance to develop it. I just want it to be
Thank you.
within the right size. Thank you.
All right, very good. Further public comments online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. With that, we'll close public comment on this issue and we'll come back to council for deliberation. Mr. Friedman.
I'll go first. Again, these appeals, I see both sides of it. I think this is once again a indication of why we need to move forward with the change to get this to the Planning Commission rather than coming to us at the council, but that's for another discussion. I'll just be brief. I understand the applicant, what you're going through. It's your home, your dream home. Juan, I understand the appellant. You lived there for many years, and the neighborhood's changing, and there's impacts to yours. But for me, again, it's close. I'm weighing all these, but I I'm at this point supportive of the appeal. I just think I can't come to grips with the FAR and where the municipal code says add it, calculate it, and then it's taken out. For me, I'm just not understanding how you can take it out. I understand the reasoning behind it, but just if it's in the municipal code, that weighs heavily on me. And then when looking around the neighborhood, I look at the massing of this property in particular, and it is larger than a lot of the other 2 stories that are around there. So, but again, I understand where the appellant or the applicant is coming from, and so, but for me, I'm supporting the appeal.
Mr. Jordan.
What was the last line? You're supporting the appeal? Okay. Well, I'll offer up a contradiction to that. I do agree this is another great example of getting those off of this deck and back to Planning Commission. I don't know why I would say that, but it's, I think many of the points that Mr. Friedman just talked about are ill-suited for people sitting here and much more suited for planning commissioners. I've done that. I've been there. For example, taking out or leaving in the FAR is still, to me, not a material point when the Single Family Design Board is clearly looking at the FAR, no matter what number it is, up to 100. I'm frustrated at this ganging up of 85 plus when it's clear that extra work goes into looking at the components of an 85 plus FAR, and we do our work there at the design board, but everybody seems to say, well, as soon as it's past 85%, we shouldn't even approve it at all. You know, that number is 100%. It's not 85%. I think Mr. Sweeney also made a really good point, and I think it's probably the crux after hearing some of the people and just kind of making a demographic assessment. I think the neighborhood is changing. I think in this particular case, it's changing to a younger demographic, a demographic with kids, and this is one of the tension points. Welcome to my neighborhood. At least my age, maybe not my maturity yet, but it's getting there pretty quick. But when I look at this addition, it's an improvement on the neighborhood. It's a modest height for a two-story improvement. Has, again, for another project we're reviewing an excessive almost number of design board stops compared, if you look back historically and look at projects like this coming through the path. One could call it tortured, but I think one could just call it responsible also. But it's just an unusually high number of review board stops. Some of the comments that have been made on what people say at design boards and where they end up, I think are cherry-picked out of context. I think people say a lot of things during the process, and then when they get to deliberations, they frequently say something different. That happens here all the time. That happens at Planning Commission all the time. I don't think that somebody who muses about something conceptually during one of their comments has to maintain that stance at the end of the day and the decision-making period. The focus on what is really the compelling point for me was the dramatic difference in the presentations on the sidewall facing the uphill neighbor, and one painting it as this huge multi-story barn-like structure wall with no windows or anything in it, and what I find the more credible part of the presentation, the difference in height between the two parcels, and then also showing the neighbor's existing house there and how little footage is left, 8 feet or something, for the second story addition on the downhill downhill property. And I'll just say personally, having sat here in another role too, using somebody's attempt to build privacy into their project on that side of their building as then an effort to say it's poorly designed, I think is particularly frustrating to me. There's no windows on that side of the building, particularly for that reason. And that if there had been windows, you would have flipped and made, I think you would have flipped and made the other arguments. So you would have used the argument both ways against this project. I think as it's been through the process, the reduction in height, the revised massing, the extreme revised massing for starting and going through a process and having somebody do your drawings and start on the process, an extreme revised massing to meet both the neighborhood's concerns and the single-family design board's concerns. The inclusion of the landscaping as both landscaping and screening lead me to just believe this process has ended up where it should be, disagreeable as that may be to some, but this is what the process looks like and where it ends up. And I will not be supporting the appeal.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can be very brief following those comments because I will associate myself with the position of Mr. Jordan on this. And with respect, I do really appreciate the work put in by the appellant to bring this forward, and I can tell how difficult it is, and my respect particularly to you, Mr. Chitillo, for the conversations that you've generated here today. And obviously, this is very personal, probably the most personal conversation we can have here, and it's really difficult. And I'd just remind all parties that you do have to live next to one another, and I hope that you can find a path forward to be good neighbors. With all that said, I think the arguments that Councilmember Jordan laid out with regard to the findings and how we can think about this project vis-a-vis what we are obligated to consider under SFDB's guidelines, I cannot support this appeal. With regard to the FAR, I agree. I was very much taken by the point that this is, I think you said, not a material number, that consideration goes up to 100, and I think that was very key for me in my decision-making. I also wanted to make the point that personally, I believe that landscaping solutions are a very positive approach. So to the extent that guidance was requested on that point, I am strongly in favor of landscaping solutions. I agree the reduction in height, the changing in massing, these all adequately reflect the guidelines and the direction that has been given through code and through all of our other different elements to SFDB. And for those reasons, I cannot make the findings to support the appeal, so I will be voting to deny.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. I too will have to not support the appeal, and I apologize for the discomfort that this is gonna cause you in your life. I live in a house where my bedroom window is less than 5 feet from the sidewalk, so I guess I've grown jaded to just people walking by and I wave as I'm in bed, So I know it is weird and awkward, but like it's just a part of living in such a diverse community, I guess you can say, when it comes to the way it was plotted out. So I know it's going to take getting used to, but as Ms. Harmon stated, the landscaping and the growing of the hedges, I think, will help with the division of your properties and the increase of privacy as well.
All right. Well, these are always so much fun. I completely appreciate the appellant's initial objections to the initial project. I think it was out of place, it was out of scale, and that is a very special neighborhood indeed to protect. However, as I look at the applicant's attempts to modify and change and work with staff and whoever their architect is, I think there have been some concessions made. The appellant themselves said they weren't objecting to a second-story house in the neighborhood. That was, very clear, and a good thing because there's zone for that up there, and it's going to happen in any case. I am not qualified, nor will I attempt to make a design judgment or correction up here. That's not my job anyway. But I'm just looking, I'm thinking about if I was talking to somebody like the applicant who was buying a house up there and go, we really like to put a second story, and what do we do? What's the process? What are the rules? And I'd be hard pressed to tell them that what's gone on doesn't fit in that template, doesn't fit within the guidelines, and particularly when the amount of reviews and the staff and whatnot that have been suffered through and gone through have done what it did. But I think it's a better project than was first initially introduced, which is our goal. Love to have a lack of any kind of animus with neighbors, but that's not our purview either. Certainly, Mr. Chatillo makes compelling cases because he's pretty good at that. But the other side of the coin is I am looking at relatively, well, probably evolving regulations and standards, but they have some interpretation, and that's not all bad either, because they are discretionary design reviews, which is not what we're particularly good at up here. But I think that the applicant seems to have tried to at least modify what they're doing. Once Mr. Jordan brought up no windows on that side of the house, certainly their views, both sides did some moderation of a view study or whatever. I don't know. We don't have, view protections or horizon view protections as part of the ordinances anyway. So I believe that the house is, while it is going to be bigger than its two surrounding houses, is still scalable with the neighborhood as far as my judgment is concerned, which you can take that so far. But once again, I believe that the applicant has done as much as they could do, given the advice and the direction of staff and given the rules that are laid down before them. So I too will be denying the appeal. But Mr. Jordan wants to.
I'll go ahead and move to deny the appeal, uphold the Single Family Design Board's approval of the project, and make the corresponding findings, and ask staff to come back with a decision and a findings resolution reflecting this decision.
Motion by Jordan to uphold staff's recommendations. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alejandro Gutierrez. Any comments to the motion? Madam Clerk, may we have the scoreboard, please?
Yes, and this was a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Alejandro Gutierrez, as just described by Councilmember Jordan. And here's the vote. Oh, excuse me, one moment, let me redo it with Councilmember Sneddon absent. One moment, please.
Yeah, you can't vote for it.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Sneddon is listed as abstaining.
Okay, very good. So the motion to deny the appeal is upheld, 5-1 to abstention.
And I'm sorry, then the no was from Councilmember Friedman? Very good, thank you.
Yeah. And with that, we canceled our closed session, so we adjourned.